At Defiant, we prided ourselves on building our sets and props for next to no budget, often from scraps we would collect in the fruitful alleyways of Chicago. I was the technical director, or TD, which simply means I had all the tools. We depended heavily upon each company member to come out and help with each build, but there were a few core stalwarts who brought most of the magic home. Joe Faust could literally make anything out of gaffer's tape, a condition born of necessity, but I was to learn later how valuable our poverty actually was to our creativity. Bigger theaters with a healthy budget could do things like drive a motorcycle onto the stage or build an entire 2-story house set, whereas we would have to make our motorcycle or our 2-story house out of refrigerator boxes and egg cartons. The amazing thing I learned was that audiences enjoyed ours more. If a crowd witnessed an actual motorcycle rev and roll on stage, that's a neat spectacle, which then immediately fades, as in, oh, wow, a real motorcycle. And then it's over, the exceptional but momentary delight of seeing an unexpected but recognizable quantity. But when an audience has to buy into whatever illusion you've created, say a motorcycle made out of 2 people with some mailing tubes and 2 umbrellas, then they experience the delight of creating the object together with the performers in the imagination. That's more fun and abiding for them because they are part of the transaction, as opposed to just sitting and coldly observing. An audience loves to have a hand in making the magic real, which is what I think should be connoted by the term an engaging piece of theater. Our shows were just plain really fun, and in one way, the greatest work of my life. The group of artists and the freedom that we had at the time allowed us to create and perform pieces unhindered by obligations, financial or otherwise. An artist cannot do his or her best work unless he or she feels the necessary freedom to do so. For me, this freedom culminated in Defiant's 3rd season, particularly in our production of Ubu Raw. What is considered by history to be the first absurdist play, Ubu Raw, spelled R-O-I, or Ubu the King, was written in France in the late 19th century by a gassy guy named Alfred Jarry. Our original translation, penned by Faust and Ragsdale, was called Kabuki Ubu Raw, spelled R-A-W. In both cases, it's sort of a filthy Macbeth story. Jarry initially wrote it as a puppet show making fun of his science teacher. When first produced in Paris, Pa Ubu entered and proclaimed his first line, "Merde! Shit!" The theater rioted at the profanity, and they shut the show down. There's a lot of innuendo, like, "Buy my green candle," which, considered nothing short of pornographic at the time, is now completely tame. But more on Ubu Raw later. We few core company members, our lives were fueled almost entirely by the ambition of youth. None of us ever had quite enough to eat, but we would work late into the wee hours of the night just the same. In a play called The Quarantine, I was acting in the show, so I'd rehearse the show from 6 until 10. Then I'd go backstage to my tools and work on the set, or a life-size dummy of me, complete with a life-cast foam latex head for, what else, the disemboweling scene. I remember one night driving a 3-inch screw into my own knee on the dummy, and actually thinking, this is awesome, and also kinda weird. I'd think, it's opening night tomorrow night, or I guess tonight. It's 3 in the morning. I'm gonna get maybe about 3 hours of sleep from maybe 5 to 8 a.m. This is the greatest fucking life. Exhaustion would occasionally catch up with me. There's a scene in Ubu Raw in which a 6-foot ladder with a 2-dimensional boulder attached to its front is placed center stage, and I could, as the titular Pa Ubu, stand astride the boulder by climbing up the ladder and straddling the top. On the night of our final preview performance, I climbed up, struck a pose, then passed out and fell forward onto my head. After laughing for a while, Joe realized something was wrong when I got to my feet and began whispering my lines. He came out to stop the show, and I said insistently, no, I'm okay, like a goddamn 5-year-old. I was about to commence a broadsword fight with the character Buggerass, but Joe took away my broadsword. We collected ourselves and then finished the show, minus the fights. When I first moved to Chicago, I lived with Joe and Ragsdale and Tatro in an awesomely crappy apartment at Chicago and Ashland in a pretty bad neighborhood. It was an old storefront that had been converted into a living space, which meant a kitchenette and bathroom had been installed, but no other rooms, so we built our own. Short on materials, to say the least, we just built 4 bedrooms with 8-foot-high walls, the length of a sheet of plywood, leaving a couple feet of open air above the walls. Not exactly the most ideal situation when it came to privacy, but we were like family by this point anyway. One night I was walking home to this hovel from the L train with my friend Rob Eck, who, while sweet as pie, was a very intimidating, manly guy in our tribe of troublemakers. He was the one everybody thought of as macho, not me. Nobody in those days ever inquired of me, how did you become so manly, because I was usually standing next to Rob Eck. So we were walking home from the train one night, having taken some pints on board, when we had an unexpected social interaction with a few young men, teenagers really, who had appeared suddenly. I must have been juking about in a silly way, obliviously lost in my buzz, which they mistook for crazy. The main guy was spooked by my strangeness, and he quickly said to us, "Yeah, you better run," and then they all took off. Rob grabbed me and said, "Holy shit, did you see that?" I said, "No, what?" Unbeknownst to me, in my stupor, the guy was showing us a silver pistol in his waistband, telling us to give him our money. The depth of my intoxication revealed itself as Rob walked me through the details of what I had just missed. I went about as white as a sheet, and we realized that the perpetrators must have thought I was crazy. Well, it worked that time well enough, so I took the ball and ran. I began cultivating this scary look, as I realized that being perceived as insane was a great defense late at night in the big city. I wore mutton chops and a brown cowboy hat that looked like something out of High Plains Drifter, and under a brown overcoat I favored this black classic motorcycle jacket with an airbrushed image of a skull on the back and the words "Watch me burn" beneath it. The phrase had a number of meanings. I've always enjoyed these triple-layered entendres. No one ever knew what the fuck I meant, but I thought I was being incredibly clever and hilariously rebellious. Part of the inspiration came from the summer after my sophomore year in college, when I was really trying to distance myself from my bucolic, wholesome upbringing. I was also coming down off a born-again Christian trip, so there's that. I was working for these born-again Christian house builders for the summer in Manuka. It was incredible, and I worked like an ox. We were framing houses, and I was carrying 4x8 sheets of plywood up an extension ladder to the 2nd and 3rd story roofs. Looking back on it, it was an act of stamina that makes me long for the strength of my younger self. I'm still strong and have a great constitution, but you have to be 18 or 19 and a little stupid to haul plywood like that. At that age, nobody's terribly impressed that you can haul a sheet up, so you haul 2 of them. Yeah, you guys didn't notice? I did too. No big. Even as a brute laborer, I needed to perform for anyone who would give me the time of day. We had a lot of fun, my tool belt and I, as I learned all the different aspects of house framing. At one point, my job was to burn all of the trash from the construction site out in the yard. I had this big mound of trash, lumber, and other dross, probably a 10-foot-high fire pile. And I had a smaller brush pile already going, maybe 15 or 20 feet away. I was standing atop the larger unlit trash pile, splashing about gasoline from a 5-gallon can, because that's how it was done. We were building 2 houses next to each other, and the 2 brothers who owned the company were shingling the roofs and racing each other, one on each roof. I would add that they liked me, because as usual I was a clown, but only just enough of one. I worked hard and cracked wise in acceptable proportion until this particular occurrence. Screaming at them, "Watch me burn, boys! I'm gonna do it!" like I was gonna light the pile under me. I was laughing my ass off. Then suddenly I saw that the vapors from the splashing gas had caught the brush pile flames, and the fire jumped onto me and the unlit pile beneath my work boots. The gas can exploded and blew me cleanly off the pile and onto the ground rolling. When the smoke cleared, I had lost a lot of my eyebrows and singed my facial hair, but luckily that was about it. I wasn't personally on fire, and I hadn't been injured in the fall, but that is how the phrase ended up on my jacket. The brothers not only fired me, but they had the stones to charge me for a new gas can, too. At the time, I was riding a 1979 Yamaha XS 1100, a big, fat, brown road motorcycle, and I envisioned "Watch Me Burn" on my jacket on that motorcycle. It meant, watch me haul ass out of here, but at the same time it meant, hey everybody, just wanted to let you know I'm cool, I smoke weed now. An act of public service, really, because before I had the jacket painted, I don't think people were aware of just how goddamn cool I was. Toward the top of 1995, I found this warehouse space on North Avenue. Rick, the landlord, didn't know quite what to make of me, but I think he liked having a clown around. He rented this big room to me. It was probably 20 by 50 feet, and that was the whole of my domicile. In addition, there were a couple of larger warehouse areas where I built a lot of scenery and had my first real shop. At this point, I had finally amassed the full set of tools for a scenery shop, and for a couple of years it became my own tiny factory in the Warholian sense. It was right around the corner from Steppenwolf, where I had been working in some plays, so my warehouse became a safe haven for actors to smoke bongs, basically. Suffice it to say that as far as parties go, there were some pretty good humdingers at the warehouse. Besides the more excellent aspects of warehouse living, there were also some minor downsides, like the 5-minute walk from my space in the very back of the building to the bathroom in the front office, especially late at night, especially in the winter. I found it much more convenient to tinkle off of the roof out my back fire escape door, mainly into the snowdrift on a subroof a few feet below me. This arrangement was perfectly agreeable and downright convenient until the drift melted in the spring and 3 months' worth of pee sat in a warm and pungent puddle beneath the windows I needed to keep open because of the now uncomfortable heat. I knew, thanks to a popular proverb, what to do when life gave me lemons, but in this case, when handed lemonade to begin with, I was at a loss. I did some dumping of bleach and water, and I burned a lot of incense. My time working at Steppenwolf, arguably the best theater company in the country, was incredibly educational. No longer the wild and woolly young Turks who had put Chicago theater on the map along with David Mamet's gang. They'd since become a more august, respected company. They'd grown up, working with a budget in the millions, including some substantial corporate patronage. They had to brush themselves off and sit up a little straighter now. But not too straight. After all, my first show there was A Clockwork Orange. Once again, my beloved Robin McFarquhar was the fight choreographer, and I was his fight captain. Rob Eck was in that show as well, so there were two of us representing our tribal circle. As fond as I am of the respective jib cuts of Rob and myself, it was really through our association with Robin that we got cast, because everyone in town wanted to be in A Clockwork Orange. We started rehearsals, and I have to say it was a little eye-opening, because Steppenwolf, in our minds, had been this kick-ass, rock-and-roll, irreverent theater company. But by the time I reached them, they had graduated from their time as dangerous young upstarts, having become a company in early middle age with a big, beautiful new theater building that they had constructed with a great many American dollars, some provided by United Airlines and other generous patrons. I was still yearning for rebellion at every turn, but in hindsight, I'm more understanding of their position, and I now certainly think that it was ballsy of them to even attempt mounting an adaptation of a challenging novel like A Clockwork Orange in the first place. Regardless of my immature craving for insubordination, the one thing I can tell you for certain is that I was damn lucky to be there. Although I ended up working there on 6 or 7 shows over a couple of years with some of the best artists in the country, I never had the chance to shine in a major role. Instead, I performed in more workmanlike ways, filling supporting roles, choreographing fights, making masks, and even once working as a makeup artist. I was 25, and the Steppenwolf founders were all in their mid to late 30s, so they were naturally becoming a little more sedate, while still mounting some of the best plays around. My thirst for experimentation and risk was slaked by other smaller theater companies, where the work could become quite explosive. One such company besides my own was a Red Orchid Theater, whose membership included my pal Mike Shannon. I did a play there with him called The Questioning of Nick, which is a 20-minute play that Arthur Coppett wrote, I believe, to get into Harvard. It's a 3-character play we did with Chicago theater hero Guy Van Swearingen, who was the artistic director of Red Orchid at the time. We did the play 3 times in a row, rotating the parts we played with each retelling. The audience, simply seeing the 3 interpretations, found it fascinating, much in the spirit of Rashomon. Simply by changing our personal interpretations of each role, we altered the audience's point of view as well with each iteration. It was incredibly fun to do, and it was a really fascinating little study in storytelling. To this day, I've never worked with someone on stage with a presence quite like Mike. I'm 43, so he's probably 39, so he was a kid of 19 when I met him. He has such a captivating physical quality about him. In one version of the play, he would wrap his dinner plate hands around my head, as he was a police sergeant and I was a teenage suspect, in the story of a high school basketball star being questioned by a police sergeant and his assistant about allegedly throwing basketball games for payoffs. So when he was the sergeant, he would take my entire head in his hands and speak to me very softly. I couldn't move. I was simultaneously terrified and in love. I have never had a more womb-like experience whilst literally embraced by another actor. I did a production of The Crucible at Steppenwolf for a high school series they produced on their main stage. I was cast as John Proctor, the lead, which was, I believe, the last time I was cast as an actual leading man. It is such a great piece of literature to work on, and if you haven't read it, I highly recommend you do so now. This riveting recording will still be here when you return. Okay, back. Pretty gripping, right? Arthur Miller was not too shabby with the typewriter and the dialogue and the drama and such. How about that Giles Corey, huh? Good shit. The gifted young lady who played Abigail in our production was named Cecilia, and she originally hailed from Mexico. You generally don't want new inter-caste relationships springing up in your play. They should be generally discouraged, as they can tend to rock the boat. However, if there exists the remotest possibility of romance between the actors playing John Proctor and Abigail in your production of The Crucible, then you might as well throw in the towel, because you're doomed. The whole play is rife with an intense, forbidden sexuality between the 2 characters. So naturally, Cecilia and I started dating. The Defiant Theater was this fun, weirdo little 1920s Vienna wannabe theater art club that was quite an exciting bacchanal by and large. Ultimately, the pinnacle of my Chicago experience was living on North Avenue in my warehouse and building the set for Ubu Raw. We had always wanted to try this Greek scenery trick called periaktoi, which is a set of 3-sided pillars, 2 feet wide by 12 feet tall, maybe 12 or 16 of them side by side, so all the front or downstage faces together make one enormous picture, as the upstage wall. The whole set of pillars is rigged to spin together so we could rotate between different scenes. It's also a modern billboard technique, but to execute it writ large like that was so fun and really cheap for the considerable amount of bang it carried. So we had these huge expansive cycloramas that we were all painting together in the warehouse and then rigging into the 3-sided pillars. One of them had a trick door in it for a surprise entrance because we loved our scenery tricks. Magical theater scenery like secret doors, revolving turntable stages, or trapdoors in the floor are something I love to see properly used, as they can still make me feel the magic I felt as a child. It's like a ride at Disneyland, with a more comfortable seat and better writing. Ubu Raw was, in a way, the superhero movie I've always wanted to make, but never had the opportunity to do so. I was at an age then and in the sort of physical condition that playing Aquaman, or let's be honest, Ben Grimm from the Fantastic Four, might require. As Pa Ubu, I was in a fat suit with this huge round belly, all in white with a big red target on the belly, and my mask was an old bike helmet with a huge latex mask built over it. The main Ubu masks were made by our incredible artist friend Stephanie Nelson, based on a drawing of the character by Alfred Jarry, who wrote the original Ubu Raw. Her mask for Pa Ubu was this huge head that came to a white point at the top, which folded over to the side like an old-timey nightcap, with these weird walrus eyes and a big mustache, so all you could see of my actual face was my lower lip and chin. Joe's staging, upon an absurd circus of a set designed by Emile Boulos, was a joyful romp into the ridiculous. I made my first entrance on steps that were made by slaves who were holding planks. They would walk in formation and turn the planks into steps, which I would pound up and down. As advertised, much of the movement and line delivery was very kabuki-inspired. In addition, there were vast broadsword and quarterstaff fights which were incredibly demanding physically. At intermission, it was all I could do to lurch into the alley and smoke a couple cigarettes and pound 2 beers. I'd just peel out of my fat suit, squat against the wall, and catch my breath, just in time to go back in for round 2. I'm so very grateful that I had that moment to revel in what turned out to be the greatest strength of my youth, even though I didn't realize it at the time. Even by age 28 or 30, we all began to realize what a key ingredient youth had been in the rigorous performances at our Defiant Theater Company. As young ne'er-do-wells, we were able to give ourselves over to the lifestyle so wholly that we sacrificed so many necessary and practical, i.e. grown-up, parts of our lives. Like, I exclusively drove vehicles with no insurance or registration, because those things cost money, which really could have ended badly when I totaled my motorcycle on the freeway on the way to a performance of A Clockwork Orange, and because it wasn't registered to me and had no plates, I just left it on the side of the highway. So with youth apparently came a certain amount of assholery, at least on my part. I had been engaged, the day after the motorcycle crash, to drive my friend Todd's moving truck to Los Angeles, but I had 3 ribs out of place, and the blood vessels in my eyes had been broken. Todd, his wife, and I determined that I could see plenty well enough to truck their entire life's possessions a mere couple of thousand miles. In deference to my injured state, we did take a slight detour through the mystical town of Sedona, Arizona, where they had a friend named Mindy, who practiced white witchcraft. She laid a poultice on my ribs and cleaned up my energies and whatnot, and it smelled real good in her room, so I was pretty down with a witching, all things considered. We rolled into Los Angeles the next day, and I just looked like a serial killer. At the time I was cultivating this style, consisting of a pork pie hat, the completely blood-red eyes, a thick dog chain around my neck, old leather combat boots, and these weird sort of Swiss paratrooper red camouflage pants with matching cloth suspenders. I met any intimidation that Hollywood created within me in a full-on Mad Max mode, which is really the way to attack any frightening new terrain. I discovered that there was really not too much to be scared of in LA beyond a lot of assholes and maybe some venereal diseases. My final chapter in Chicago was centered around the venerated, unassuming Irish whiskey bar across the street from Steppenwolf by the name of O'Rourke's, now sadly gone. For some reason, the magnanimous proprietor, Jay, took a shine to me and hired me part-time as a bartender. Not only was I a 26-year-old drunk, but he added, "You can give your friends the first pint free." I thought, you are insane. You effectively just told me to hand out a couple $100 a week to my pals. We had the greatest time at O'Rourke's, the most idyllic of what you might imagine as a smoky, dark pub filled with show folk, laughing and dancing, or sometimes railing with all seriousness about the state of affairs surrounding the price of tea in China and so forth. Jay was a very benevolent, avuncular figure who really supported the theater community, which in turn supported his business. He had Tom Waits and Jacques Brel and Nina Simone on the jukebox, one of the best lineups I've ever seen. The pub, after all, is where so much of theater life takes place. Romances are consummated and then torn asunder, theater seasons are planned, plays are cast, and chuckles are plentifully expended. While studying there, I served Albert Finney and Laurie Metcalf, Malkovich and Jessica Lange, and I drank with Keanu. It was the place where I first began to rub elbows with hotshots from the world of film who came to perform in or just see plays at Steppenwolf, which has easily the most knockout ensemble of acting talent assembled this side of the Royal Shakespeare Company. I worked on Buried Child with Gary Sinise and Ethan Hawke, and Sam Shepard came to do some rewrites. Sam slipped me $40 and sent me out for a bottle of Maker's Mark one night, and it took a long time after that for anything in my life to eclipse that instance as the most exciting thing that had ever happened. I guess I still had a lot to learn about bourbon whiskey and about being starstruck, which I'm glad I got out of the way in the shadows of O'Rourke's before I ever even heard of the blinding lights of a red carpet. I know I have deep gratitude for this time in my life, because whenever I would later think things like, I missed the prime years of my acting life building fucking scenery. Jesus, goddamn, John Cusack had done 24 films by this point. I know I wouldn't trade anything for the time I had with the Defiant Theater and Chicago theater in general. Easily the most fecund and exciting theater community in the country. What with savory stage roles in The Ugly Man, The Kentucky Cycle, Golden Boy, The Questioning of Nick, and Ubu Raw, I had such a string of good fortune in 1996 that I felt like I might never top this banner year. This, combined with my film work, led me to consider a move to New York or LA for the first time. Coming into my late 20s also made me realize that I would eventually want to make a little more of a living wage than my defiant salary of $0 a year was providing. New York had a lot to recommend it, but ultimately all signs were pointing west. In my Chicago circle at that time, moving to LA was called pulling the Schwimmer, because David Schwimmer had left his great theater company, which is still one of the greatest, the Looking Glass from Northwestern. Shortly thereafter, he won his life-changing role on Friends. This was completely unfair, of course, as David has always remained a loyal and valuable contributing member of Looking Glass, but you know how people are, shitty. So that was the flavor of the moment, that we thespians must disdain sitcoms. But I eventually came to realize that Chicago actors make a habit of bad-mouthing both New York and LA for many reasons, as a defensive mechanism to assuage their own fears about having to move to one of the coasts and give it a shot. One night at O'Rourke's, when we were both 2 sheets to the wind, my old pal Pickering pinned me against the wall with his finger and derisively said, "Hey, Nicky, I hear you thinking you're gonna go pull the Schwimmer." If my mind hadn't been made up by that point, that would have certainly done the trick. I owe Steve a debt of gratitude for spinning me a 238-pound cautionary tale, standing it unsteadily upon 2 feet, and poking its finger into my chest. Carry a handkerchief. My wife and paragon of comeliness, a lady of immense talent with pretty sublime taste who goes by the name of Megan Mullally, likes to tell the story of the first night we ever went to dinner together. We had been rehearsing our play, The Berlin Circle, at the Evidence Room Theater in Los Angeles. We had known each other for only a few weeks, but had become fast friends, with some seed of romance brewing in the fecund incubator that is the backstage area of a live theater. I had been living in the raw basement of some fellow troll-like company members and working piecemeal as a handyman, carpenter, and actor, and so one might accurately have described my circumstance as somewhat down on my luck. I had also been helping to build our new Evidence Room theater space in a warehouse, as well as the stage set for our show, so I'd been working all day in overalls, rehearsing in them, and then, in this instance, wearing them to a nice dinner. I would point out to the ladies and gentlemen of the fashion jury that at this juncture I did possess the wherewithal to change into a clean t-shirt. These were a fine pair of Carhartt canvas overalls, but regardless of their durable quality, Megan seemed to think that they were not appropriate fine dining attire. Especially abhorrent to her for some reason were the phone numbers which I had inked in Sharpie all over the thighs of said breeches. When you're 20 feet up an A-frame ladder hanging lights, you often need to jot down information on the nearest handily available surface. I suppose I didn't help matters any when I pulled up to the table and tucked my napkin into the bib of the overalls. Her aversion to my genteel show of elegance completely baffled me, because I was positive I had seen Jed Clampett execute the exact same nicety on the Beverly Hillbillies, but apparently I was somehow well over the line into the realm of faux pas. With such an auspicious beginning, I am fully astonished and grateful to this day that Megan ever took a chance on me. She has since straightened out my closet considerably, as she has a talent and a taste for choosing things like garments, poodles, houses, art, and novels, really anything but overalls. I hastily learned to dummy up and wear the shirts she put on me, and I'll tell you what, if I don't get a compliment on every shirt she's ever upholstered me in, well, I'll eat my hat. Naturally, I retain my Carhartts and other workwear for the wood shop and such, but when I go any place that I might be expected to look decent, civil, or not homeless, I reach for one of her choices, and welcome the world's inevitable refrain. Wow, nice shirt. That said, I do have some strong feelings about the world of fashion. In order to chase the brass ring of prosperity, I feel that a jackass like your author must eschew fashion as much as possible. Definitely allow your significant other to choose your shirt, but leave it there. Jobs that require a suit upset me. They displease me much, as our world is rife with such superficial conformity. As a member of a race of animals who are blithely burning through the natural resources of their beautiful planet, laughing their faces off like beer commercial models as they careen across the water on their jet skis, I'm pretty well put off by the amount of attention we monkeys can bestow upon things like bang length and pleated fronts and skirt size and shawl collars. Now, I can comprehend why I need brown shoes and belt for some suits and black for others. I can comprehend it, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. In a grander sense, I'm quite peeved by the customs that we have allowed, even encouraged, to flourish around our collective appearance and hygiene. First of all, at some point we allowed ourselves to become stinky to one another. Animals, mammals in particular, seem to love the musk of their brothers and sisters, a scent so potent that they can actually communicate with one another through the odors they are giving off. We people gave that up centuries ago, and now our natural odor is counterintuitively offensive. This is a failure, people. It's the fallacious part of our human egos that informs us we're better than nature, which keeps us from enjoying the sniffing of one another's crotchal areas. I'm not preaching here, I'm one of us just as much as you are, but I'm always at the ready to try getting more stinky. Additionally, we have somehow determined that men need to shave their faces every day, and now apparently their torsos require denuding as well? How far have we fallen? A hairy chest used to be the actual measure by which a man's virility was determined, and now we are requiring of our men a nubile, naked set of pecs like some prepubescent teenager? If indeed a shot of rot gut puts hair on your chest, why then you'll be required by modern fashion to have it waxed. Whiskers grow as designed by nature, so how can that be bad? They come standard on every model. They're like the weeds of the face, and as we all know, there are some very charismatic weeds in the world of flora, like asparagus. Also, weed is a weed with a pretty solid fan following. Perhaps as our modern civilization slowly learns to accept the inevitable goodness of ganja, we can also return to the custom of honoring flocculent men. Look, you can shave all you want. Do as you please, I say, but if some of us want to look a little more woolly, then I would also ask you to let us be. I want to forevermore take unkempt as a compliment. Speaking of the Pudenda neighborhood, for glory's sake, everybody, what about all this waxing going on down south? Of all the lovingly crafted details sported by Mother Nature's masterpiece, the human form, the pubic bush is easily the cherry on the pie, I suppose. That curly forest acts as a flag, signaling to the weary traveler, here is a feathery love tick upon which you may rest your weary pike staff or love clutch. Caressing a mink-like crotch epaulette is one of the most comforting stages in any self-respecting seven-step foreplay strategy. Not to mention, the pubes act as an effective catcher to keep crumbs out of the more sensitive areas when consuming one's post-coital Scotch egg. For the love of Mike, bring back the bush. Speaking of, ladies. Beautiful ladies. In order to comply with the implied social regulations, women are required to submit to a much more rigorous program of hygiene than the gents. They shave their legs and armpits and wear meticulously applied paints and powders on their faces in order to appear more attractive, quote-unquote. It's a racket. When I see a person without makeup, I think she appears real, like nature made her, which to me is purely beautiful. When a person has applied, even expertly, a full face of makeup, then she appears to me to resemble someone on the cover of a magazine, or something manufactured like a doll. Therein lies the rub, methinks, that we as a people have been made to believe that we need to look like these foxy people on billboards and bus posters in order to appear beautiful and thereby find happiness. I am saddened, dear listener, to inform you that this sickness has penetrated our psyches so nefariously that some of the afflicted have taken to bleaching their assholes. If you are worried about what your visitors will think of the window dressing around the orifice where ordure exits your body, then I'm going to go ahead and suggest you turn around. The stuff you want to pay attention to is on the front side. Men and women alike, if you think that altering the tip of your nose with surgery will make you happier, I would suggest you alter something much more malleable than your flesh, like your priorities or your friends. Quit looking in the mirror so much. My 2 cents. I know this is a clod-like guy opinion, look at me. But by and large, fashion seems like a huge waste of time and money. A good pair of jeans should last for several years. I don't really give a shit how they hang. They should not pass from favor because their shade of blue is no longer acceptable at the mall, or they don't hug your buns as tightly as they are required to by the cover shots of Caboose magazine. Here is all a jackass like you or me needs to get by fashion-wise. Underwear is a great idea. Nothing is required, but the clever thing about drawers is that they can actually act as a repository for accidental or on purpose discharges from the body and the subsequent stains without ruining the outer pants-like garment. A pants-like garment. Jeans, shorts, overalls, dungarees. Pockets are a must for the storing of your necessaries. Knife, money, tobacco, frogs, string, marbles, bullets. Read your Twain for suggested pocket wares. Pants keep the chiggers from your shins. Pants cloak the stained underdrawers from the world's prying glance. Obviously, carry a handkerchief. Work boots? A good hat. Chapter 12. Subaru Leavings. In my life, I have left my parents' home in Minooka, Illinois twice, following that grand old American tradition on both occasions by taking my leave in shitty used Subarus, once for college and once to move from Illinois to California. In 1988, I purchased a used Subaru Brat from my friend Joe Stahula, who was in Oklahoma with me at Minooka High School, for $350. I test drove it in a field near his house where we did a lot of donuts and drove through the creek. Kick-ass action? Check. The Brat is a tiny pickup truck that has four-wheel drive and a roll bar. There are 2 seats in the tiny bed behind the cab facing the rear, that have airplane controller joystick-like handles for the passengers to hold on to when traversing terrain like, well, the creek. It's built for fun, the Brat, but it's also practical. A person can fit a full 4x8-foot sheet of plywood in the bed by simply cutting it into 8 conveniently sized smaller pieces. During my freshman year, we once drove it from Champaign to the nearby town of Decatur, Illinois, where Millikan University sits, to see some friends in a production of the Scottish play, Macbeth. We had 2 guys in the front seat in the tiny little 2-seater cab and 2 guys riding in the back action seats. On the highway, apparently bored, we began to execute a rotation. Everybody moved 1 seat counterclockwise, with 1 guy coming in the passenger window, 1 guy going out by way of the driver's window, etc. Just for fun. At 70 miles an hour on the freeway, it was pretty big goddamn fun. The Brat was a constant location of tomfoolery. In one of Robin McFarquhar's classes, we'd do an exercise where we'd split into pairs, with 1 person blindfolded and the other guiding him or her around campus. It was called a trust exercise for obvious reasons. Connected at the hip by this point, Joe Faust and I dutifully tottered to the Brat, whereupon I drove around the quad blindfolded based on Joe's instruction. We got an A in that class, and a slap on the wrist. That rusty and fantastic Subaru Brat ended up being very instrumental in the mischief that Joe Faust and I would wreak among the polite communities of Champaign and Urbana. Sometimes Joe and I would just drive up alongside some pedestrians and shower them with silly string or water balloons, and then drive away, leaving the slightly inconvenienced strangers puzzled at the identities of these hilarious, in their own minds, street clowns. The Brat was the final tool in the kit this young man needed to set off into the big wide world on his own. I'll never forget my mom's reaction to my exit standing in the driveway. As much as my dad is a heroic Atticus Finch-type figure of the Manuka countryside, and my life in general, my mom is his equal Lady Atticus counterpart. They're very Ma and Pa Ingalls, raising a family in a garden while maintaining and beautifying a household. She was quietly sweet as honey, and she was the more nurturing or mothering of the two, as mothers often are. She heroically made some of our clothes from scratch while producing meals with such frugality and acumen in the kitchen. For a few dollars a week, she would feed all 6 of us like kings, all with an air of gentleness and competence. I've never met anyone nicer than my mom, and I've met Donnie and Marie. It's because her own family, the Roberts clan, is so affable, and they all share that same sense of competence. By mastering the implements in their immediate surroundings with determination and humor, they have created a dependability within themselves that then provides us all with the room to breathe and laugh. My mom's mother, Eloise Roberts, or Grandma L, or best of all on the CB radio, the Gambler, had a lot to do with my own mom turning out to be such a champion of life and family rearing. With a bit of misbehavior in her own childhood, Grandma L let me know that she generally appreciated a wise ass, encouraging a lot of the silliness that thrived in her grandchildren. Growing up amongst these rock-solid Americans was more valuable to my development and my disposition than any school into which I could have set my muddy boot. My mom, as a result, has such a great sense of humor. I may be romanticizing, but I feel like this vein of humor that has traveled down the years via her farming forebears is a product of the Depression, wherein one could watch an entire year's profits be wiped out with one heavy rainfall. In such an instance, you have the option of either blowing your brains out or making a wisecrack. This family was always looking for the light, for any jape they could find in any unpleasant circumstance, and that sensibility really helped me develop my own sense of humor. I eventually learned that one doesn't want to jack around too much, as you are then regarded as a hindrance, also known as a jack-around, to getting the work done. Bring just enough wit to any given situation to lighten the load with a grin. Our family's humor made the emotional moments that much more poignant then, as I remember my mom in the driveway, crying, at seeing one of her little ones go traipsing off to a school 2 hours south. Mom and Dad had already gone through this with my sister Lori, a year my senior, But I think that Lori would agree that since I got so much attention, because I demanded so much attention, and because I was the oldest male child, it would leave a different sort of hole in the household, although she would argue that it was actually the hole who was leaving. Despite the fact that Lori could still beat the snot out of me, I was the strongest of the kids in areas like pushing the lawnmower and carrying luggage, not to mention my possessing the most obnoxious voice at the dinner table. Whether one was a fan of my stylings or no, there was no question that family meals would be conducted henceforth in greater silence. It was a very emotional parting for all of us, but my portion was pairing my grief with an excitement at my impending adventure far from the cozy nest. I knew very powerfully then that I needed to set off into the world and try to puzzle out how to become a man. That particular departure took place in the fall of 1988. Some years later, after I had graduated from the U of I and subsequently served my years in the graduate program of Chicago Storefront Theater, it was time for a strikingly similar leaving on a blustery Christmas day in 1996. Having planned for some months to move to Los Angeles, I had found in the newspaper a used 1990 Subaru station wagon for about $750. Rusted out and originally maroon, just like the Brat had been, it was jammed with my worldly goods, which consisted of some boots, some jeans, a shitload of cassette tapes, and my toolkit. That was my dowry, I guess, should I ever find a willing rancher to take me to his marriage bed. Traveling with a good set of tools is a great comfort to the carpenter, because he or she knows that no matter where the wind blows him or her, somebody's gonna need a gazebo, and that means he or she can purchase a sandwich and a pair of Levi's. I had a large burrito pack of goods tied down on top of the wagon as well, wrapped up in ratty old scenic canvas with a papier-mâché boar's head from Ubu Raw strapped on the front. With the portion of gumption I had been served by my mom and dad, I, like so many fools before me, simply thought, well, I reckon I'm driving this thing to California. What the hell? Let's do this. When I'd first gone away to college, I knew that the ultimate pinnacle of my career would be to arrive in Chicago and get paid American dollars to act in a play. That seemed, at the time, the equivalent of climbing Mount Everest. Even in Chicago, having summited that particular peak of making a living as a theater professional, during the first 3 years or so, I had no thoughts of ever leaving. At Defiant, we had heard legends of people transplanting a play to L.A. or New York, but such a quest had not been undertaken by anyone in my immediate circle of acquaintance. Eventually, however, a certain wanderlust had crept into my psyche, and I wondered if a jackass like myself might investigate the treasures of the nation's coastal cities. I knew that New York was a town to which an aspiring theater lad might emigrate, but I think I would have been equally as lost in New York as any place else, if not more so. Meanwhile, Los Angeles had been batting her eyelashes at me more and more during my last couple of years in Chicago, like a late-night lady in a bar, seeming more and more attractive with every beer I drank. The harsh difference between New York and Hollywood, in hindsight, was that no one moves to L.A. to get work in the theater. During my last year in Chicago, I did Ubu Raw, The Kentucky Cycle, and The Questioning of Nick, some of the best play productions I've ever been a part of. Little did I realize what a wealthy community I was leaving behind, where I habitually did 5 or 6 plays a year, built sets for 8 others, and choreographed fights for another 3 or 4. I used to love making a list on New Year's Eve of all the shows I'd worked on that year. If a person was willing to live on a slim income, that person could be rich as Croesus in terms of satisfying theater jobs. Only by leaving that time of financial poverty behind me did I realize just how wealthy I had been artistically. I'd also logged my first couple of legit film jobs in my final year. In one of them, a Morgan Freeman Keanu film called Chain Reaction, directed by Andy Davis, I was cast in 2 scenes as Keanu's building super, but I never even got to meet Mr. Freeman. It was batshit crazy to me at the time. I was suddenly in a movie, for real. I was going to be on the screen at the movie theater. My education continued as I later learned from the film's premiere that both of my scenes were totally cut out, which is but one of the many harsh lessons we show folk are constantly dealt in this business. I still got my SAG card out of the job, which is a seemingly elusive necessity to finding further opportunities in the film business. I got paid what was then 2 months of carpenter's wages for 2 days of acting work, literally. It wasn't an avenue I was actively pursuing, film work, but all of a sudden I realized that this avenue had some very attractive features to it. Shortly thereafter, I was cast in this Sundance movie directed by Mark Pellington and produced by Tom Garai, called Going All the Way, from Dan Wakefield's excellent novel of the same name, with some youngsters like Ben Affleck, Rachel Weisz, Jeremy Davies, and Rose McGowan, all of whom were babies at the time, toddlers anyway. At lunch one day, to give you a sense of where we were chronologically, Ben was talking about how he and a buddy had a script that might get made, which turned out to be Good Will Hunting. In Going All the Way, I played Wilkes Wilkerson, an antagonistic high school buddy of Ben's character with a big mouth. There were more lessons in store for me. Out of my 7 scenes, maybe 4 or 5 were cut from the final film, mainly because Ben had a prosthetic beard in most of the scenes that ended up not looking quite right, so they cut the whole beard story. Yet another class in the School of Hard Knocks, which I continue to attend even now. The film was shot in Indianapolis, and all of the leads had been cast in L.A., but fortunately my part was small enough to cast out of Chicago. I drove with another day player to Indianapolis for our few days of filming. This other fella, Jeff, had done a couple of commercials on location before this, so he taught me about per diem shortly before he cottoned me to what filet mignon was all about, a blessed calling indeed. Wherever you are today, Jeff, I offer you my reverential thanks. This was the first time I had ever heard about, let alone received, a per diem, and I just thought, are you fucking kidding me? I get this great job acting in scenes with amazing actors for this crazily cool director for a very healthy salary, and you also give me extra money? You're worried about if I'm gonna eat? I don't recall what the amount was on that film, but the current minimum amounts for a SAG union shoot on location are breakfast $12, lunch $18, and dinner $30. Some generous productions have just made a clean job of it by giving us $100 a day. Many times on location, I've simply been handed a stack of Ben Franklins upon landing in town. In 1998, I did a movie in New Orleans, and it was early enough in my career that I was pleasantly surprised when they gave me a rental car. I showed up and they said, here's your car and here's a stack of $100 bills. Your per diem is $100 per working day and you're here for 3 weeks, so here's $2,100 in cash. Now, Jazz Fest was in town and, it was New Orleans. They tell me I had a very good time. Nice work if you can get it. The Keanu movie was amazing in its own right. I was walking amongst the giant playground of a big-budget action film set around downtown Chicago, although I was a local hire, so no per diem. Seeing how a movie was shot through the fresh eyes of a new employee of said film went a long way toward making me think about that side of the business. These thoughts were further bolstered on Going All the Way, where everybody was super friendly and very encouraging. You should totally move to L.A., they said. You have a great mug. You'll work like crazy. In California, months later, struggling to find my ass with both hands, I was fortunate enough at least to find those same people, remind them of their goddamn encouragement, and then shake them down for a sandwich or a couple of tacos, to which they really had no choice but to generously acquiesce. All of these factors played an important part in my calculations as I pondered the notion of leaving the womb of my Chicago theater family and illogically leaping into the mysterious void of either New York or Los Angeles. In truth, a major source of persuasion was a lower molar I was sporting, which boasted a hole so large I could fit a peppercorn into it. Yes, that was handy on long hikes, but not the healthiest place to stash extra spices. This made the promise of dental insurance through SAG a tasty-looking carrot indeed, leading me west. Another substantial factor at the time was my pretty serious relationship with a young lady from Tampico, Mexico. My girlfriend Cecilia said, and I quote, "Motherfucker, I'm a skinny Mexican girl. I'm not moving where it snows. We're going where it's sunny." after weighing all of the pros and cons and applying logic as carefully as possible, I guess that settled it. It's truly amazing what a woman can accomplish when she's chilly. I put what small wheels I had access to in motion and set everything up. I had lined up a couple of minor jobs in LA and laid some groundwork for places to live, all very tenuous plans, but the beginnings of a new life nonetheless. It was about this time that Cecilia fully flipped out about the serious reality of our moving to another city together. A pretty big step that, as it turned out, she was not ready to take. All of a sudden, she disappeared. Cecilia sort of dropped out of my life and then vanished farther from the entire city. None of her friends knew where she had evaporated to until she turned up back in Mexico, where I believe she's gone on to become a Mexican movie star. Based on my eventual ability, or lack thereof, to provide, or even just contribute to our domestic comfort in Los Angeles, I think she and I would agree that she made the right call. By now, I've driven between LA and Chicago so many times that I could start a courier business. The cheapest way to do it back in the day was a service called drive-away cars. Please heed this warning, and don't ever use a service like this. Why not, you might ask? It's much more reasonably priced than having my car shipped. Here's why. You get a fucking stoned asshole like me driving your car across the country. They give your car to me, or any asswipe with a license, and all I have to do is put gas in it and leave a deposit of about $150, at least in the 90s. I actually totaled somebody's car once. I was driving from Chicago to LA on one of maybe 6 such trips in a drive-away, and I was hauling ass through Colorado in the winter. I was driving through the Rockies at about 3 a.m., I was cranking the music, and of course I was baked. Now, let me make something clear. The Offermans and the Robertses are, as a rule, great drivers. A lot of our livelihoods have revolved around driving domestic and industrial vehicles. No exception, I spent years calmly learning to back up a truck loaded with tons of asphalt or a tractor with a wagon load of corn, and so I am a very dependable driver. Having established this, however, sleep deprivation, a preponderance of marijuana, and its being 3 in the morning may have slightly hampered my dependability, resulting in my hitting some ice on a mountain highway and slowly spinning out of control. I turned down Bone Machine and thought, okay friend, we've had a fine run, we've done some good shit, and now it's over. Fortunately for this idiot, instead of one of the cliff-top drop-offs that much of this mountainous route rides alongside, there was a huge, sheer concrete wall rising up on the right shoulder. I gently slammed into it and slid abrasively along it for maybe 100 yards. I slowed to a sparky halt, checked my drawers for effluvia, and realized the car was still running. Great, I thought. But when I got out to survey the damage, the entire passenger side of the car was, well, gone. It was just rubbed off, to put it simply. I thought, well, all right. I completed the drive to Los Angeles and turned the car in to the drive-away company. I was pretty nervous, naturally, because I had never really read the shit that I signed when I picked up the car. Was I on the hook for this fucking thing? I managed to keep my cool when I learned that no, they were covered. They kept my $150, but that was it. I walked out of their front door and just played it real smooth until I got about a couple of blocks away, whereupon I sat on a bus bench and wept for relief. This seems like a good juncture at which to reiterate, do not entrust your car to a drive-away service. This exodus at the end of 1996 was about 8 years after the original collegiate Subaru leaving. I'd spent 4 years in Chicago, so rich and full that it felt like a decade. When my parents first came to see my plays down at school, they really enjoyed them, despite my own usually underwhelming casting. I think they were just relieved that I was allowed on stage in the first place. They would generally come away terribly impressed with the production values, which were of a quality that was indeed quite professional. They were always very supportive, which was never lost on me because there was no small amount of faith involved. When I got to Chicago and they saw me working at actual professional theaters, they said, wow, okay, you're making $9,000 a year, and That's tough, but you're resilient, you're doing okay, and we support you. Which meant more to me than they knew. Then my dad would slip me $80, which I'm sure he didn't have to spare. Those are the types of people whose level I'm trying to live just halfway up to every day. They saw everything I did in Chicago, which was a pretty intense calendar to maintain from Manuka, and they were close enough to Chicago that I was always able to bring friends home for dinner, which was like vacationing from Gotham to an episode of the Andy Griffith Show. By that time, I had a couple of tattoos and had become very hedonistic. I was very interested in flexing my artistic muscles and letting everyone in Manuka know that I was an artist and I was different, that I was a nonconformist. They didn't particularly give a shit. It was more like peacocking that I needed to do for myself to sort of cut myself loose from the security of my family and town. By the time I decided to move to Los Angeles, I don't think anybody was too surprised. I had been traveling up this slight incline of better and better gigs at bigger and bigger theaters, so making the admittedly daunting move to a coast was only natural. It wasn't the nicest thing to do, looking back, driving 2,000 miles directly away from my family on Christmas, but I had always had a flair for the dramatic, and I wanted to lend to the occasion a sense of the vital impending sea change I sensed occurring within me. Given the time of year, it was certainly a chilly leaving. Same driveway as 1988, same mom and dad. My dad's funny. He's one of those classic guys who keep their emotions tucked deep inside, although he's improved leaps and bounds over my lifetime. He'll now end a phone call with, "We love you," but he won't say, "I love you." He doesn't have to say shit. I know he loves me. For Christ's sake, he and my mom have made their lives nothing if not a graceful demonstration of their love for their 4 kids. He's always been very humorously taciturn, but now I'm tickled to report that he hugs me in moments where we used to shake hands. My mom handled that leaving with a teary stoicism, and I'll always remember the gratitude I felt toward her and Dad as I drove west across Illinois' wide rolling river valleys, the darkness dotted with sporadic farms that had been properly bedecked with Christmas lights. Parents have to weather a lot of fear throughout the normal rearing of a child, and I can't imagine the guts it took for my folks to stand on the chilly front porch and watch me putter away down Osceola Street in a rusty Subaru, with a mightily betusked boar's face at the prow, connecting snowflakes like a Dada figurehead, pointing toward St. Louis, and an even greater unknown beyond. Discern your ass from a hole in the ground. My dad is a map guy. While I was growing up, we as a family drove the 12 or so hours to our fishing cabin every year in Minnesota, and every year we took a different route through northern Illinois, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, sometimes veering into Iowa, Michigan's Upper Peninsula, or the Dakotas on side trips. He loved getting out his collection of maps and scrutinizing them. He would say to me, "Well, Jasper, let's go this way through Verndale, Bluegrass, and Hubbard, and we'll miss the speed trap north of Wadena." Using methods like this, we discovered treasures over the years that became tradition, like stopping at Grandma Schmerker's restaurant for her excellent pie. I loved the power that those maps and my dad's mastery of them gave us. We're going south, we can stay in La Crosse. We'll pick up some cheese curds, and the next day we'll try to make it home without traveling on an interstate or through a town of more than 1,000 people. We almost made it last year, but I got caught driving into Somonauk when your mom nodded off and I lost my navigator. A 5.5-hour ride happily took us 10 hours. To me, this ability is akin to the tying of a knot, the building of a fire, or the changing of a flat tire. Maps are easily as valuable as any other tool, but in this day and age I've been very disturbed to see people neglect their maps, and instead completely depend on their GPS units. When global positioning systems began to become prevalent in cars, what with the talking instructions and video game-like street scroll, I grew disturbed. Now we have GPS and maps on our phones, with all kinds of extra information like traffic conditions and the location of the nearest Pinkberry. Now hold up. These developments are great, no question. I mean, I can ask my phone device to tell me where the barbecue joints are, as well as what people think of the brisket at each of them. Nothing wrong with that. What does unnerve me, however, is the technique with which I employ this information. I often use the handy Maps function on my phone, but I still do it like my dad, meaning I suss out the route and situation before I go. What I cannot allow myself to do is acquiesce to being led by the nose to my destination by a computer. I'll decide where to turn, thanks. Surely you all have been through the experience at least once of your computer giving you completely asinine directions because it simply looks for the biggest arteries for driving through an area, giving no consideration to context or mitigating circumstances. Even if it did, which I'm sure one day they will, I just can't shake the feeling that the more we people depend, infant-like, upon such coddling, the weaker we grow in character. Once we begin to depend on the sugar teat of the GPS to change our diapers and drop us off at whatever destination we require, then we might as well just climb back into the stroller and caterwaul until Mommy brings us a cookie. The day will come when your phone is broken or dead and you're stranded in a remote, desolate location, like Schaumburg, and you're going to have no idea where you are and how to get out of there. You will find yourself a day late, yea, and $1 short because you lost the use of your map. I just don't want to be caught in that predicament. I read an article recently that said a new kind of robot car is coming on the market soon that literally drives itself. But I don't want any help driving. Driving well in concert with all of the other people driving well, or at least trying to, feels good. It feels like we're participating in society. We're present in the moment as we share the road with one another, passing on the left, waving for one another to go ahead and pull out of that driveway, giving one another a spirited middle finger salute. When will it end? I found the infantile grown-ups in the great film Wall-E to be poignantly frightening. Fat, mewling adult larvae floating about in cradle chairs, being fed their daily pap in the form of only blended shakes. Orwell predicted that shit, and it scares me to death. Here's my trip. Our cool new technologies provide us with a surplus of convenience, and it seems to me that an overabundance of convenience leaves us with a surplus of leisure time. Our technologies then provide us with a panoply of choices, of ways in which to fill that time, like video games, social networking, vapid television and film content, etc. We thereby end up spending money and time upon their diversions, when we could have been just performing all of the simple acts that our technologies are saving us from in the first place. Driving our vehicles, looking at our maps, fishing, walking in the woods, doing the dishes, splitting firewood. That's living, plain and simple. And I feel like a crotchety old man saying this, but there's a great satisfaction in a drying rack full of dishes that cannot be found on Twitter or Scrambly Town. By all means, we should use these wonderful new tools in all the wonderful ways that we can, but we should also be wary that they don't begin to consume us, devouring our time and money that could be better spent on a mouth-watering stack of quarter-sawn oak planks. The weather seems to be getting more severe all over the world. Global warming is a clear and present issue, perhaps even an imminent danger. The human race is always a potential powder keg, requiring merely one single crackpot firebrand anywhere in the world to instigate a full-on shit fight. So, just in case some shit goes down, I will feel better knowing that I have the use of a map and a shovel and an axe. My mom and dad are much more than parents and grandparents. They are, between them, gardener, tailor, woodworker, cook, baker, labor and delivery nurse, school teacher, and much more. My dad taught me to read a map and to take full advantage of the knowledge it conveys. The happiness and productivity I have seen amassed by them in their lives is all the proof I need that GPS is for the birds. Chapter 13. Resurrection. I had blown through LA and back a few times before moving my toolkit permanently to the City of Dreams, so in my Chicago circle of fools, I was the expert on Hollywood. A sad state of affairs considering how incredibly ignorant I was about the place. Leaving the Defiant Theater behind seemed impossible at the time, but it didn't look like I would have to. One of our next productions was to be action movie The Play, conceived of course by Joe Faust and Ragsdale, and it was one of the funniest high-octane romps you could ever hope to see on a stage that didn't also include Bugs Bunny and Gwar. The plan was for the show to be produced in Chicago, then travel to Los Angeles, where it would be such a smash hit. Who better to flock to a theatrical send-up of action films than the people who make action films? That we would certainly be moved to the Hollywood Pantages Theatre, and then probably to Broadway, on our way to the West End, which is a part of London where the best theater in the world occurs, according to some white folks. It was an amazing plan, and flawless, really, except for the fucking goddamn flaws in it. When my theater company mates told me they would be traveling our show to California, they didn't take into account the simple truth that they did not, in fact, want to go to California. Oops. It was an honest mistake on their parts, by which I mean I don't think they knew their true hearts in the matter until push came to shove. Some of them wanted to bow out of the business altogether, some thought the idea of a tour imprudent, which it most certainly was, but then wasn't the whole Megillah? And a couple were just chicken. I'm certain it was smart of them to walk on by the LA tour, but doing things the smart way was not what had made us an exciting young Chicago company. We were not going to get to the West End by being smart. What I loved about these men and women, these gorgeous rascals, was precisely that we did not do things the smart way. Idiots. Whatever the case, the damage was done. Defiant Theater was staying home in Chicago. I was alone in Los Angeles. At least I had some friends in town, some of whom had small jobs for me to do, like acting on a minor Nickelodeon show or carpentry projects, or art department or PA, production assistant work. But I was without a stage upon which to ply my troth. Many people recommended shows for me to see, claiming that this theater company or that was really a lot like Defiant, and so I would go running all over town to see production after production, some mediocre, some god-awful, but nothing remotely like the Defiant flavor I craved. I began to drink to even greater excess. I would go to a bar and think, "Aha! Who's smart now, motherfuckers?" before vomiting into an empty pint glass. But enough about theater, you crybaby. How about the biz, huh, bro? You didn't come here to do some kabuki bullshit. You came here to get on Baywatch and shit. Cowabunga, dude! My subconscious, which had been very into The Simpsons, was speaking to me in such a derisive tone, but my subconscious was flat wrong. Like an absolute dullard, I had come to LA to do theater, at least among other things. One way or another, theater was just about all I could do. What I had failed to learn through my zero piles of research was that LA effectively had no theater community. Sure, there are theaters in LA, but compared to Chicago's big-shouldered strength, they are pretty weak tea. Foolishly, I had assumed that the largest concentration of acting and writing talent in the country would have a healthy theater scene, but that is sadly not the case. It's a vicious circle in which there is not a large theater-going audience, so nobody does theater, so nobody goes, etc. I am being slightly unfair. Of course, there are talented people putting up plays in LA. I can't fairly make such sweeping generalizations because I have never seen all of it. Nobody has. LA is so spread out that you would need to make viewing theater a full-time job in order to canvass the entire area, from Venice and Santa Monica to Pasadena, and from the Deep Valley or even Ventura down to Orange County. The point is, it was as bleak to me when I landed here as it possibly could have been. I saw more plays that were written by a person trying to get a job writing for friends, plays that seemed like just a 70-minute episode of a sitcom on stage, than I care to say. It turned out that moving to LA to work in theater was the logical equivalent of moving to Chicago to work in television. As usual, I had more than my share of dumb luck to buoy me. While I'd been in Chicago, a great casting director named Tracy Kaplan had gone to bat for me aplenty, and then she sent me to LA with a list of contacts with whom I could get in touch. She was vouching for me. From her list, I landed at a small but very nice agency, Progressive Artists, Bernie and Bell. I also scored a manager named Eve Brandstein, who taught me a lot about the business before going back to her first calling as a casting director. I'm very grateful to all these folks for getting me off to a running start. They hooked me up with meetings at networks and studios, and I promptly repaid them by falling flat on my fat face. The executives in these meetings generally had no interest in, nor ability to comprehend, a theater resume. They'd look at my very nice resume like it was written in Greek. "Oh, Steppenwolf," they'd say, or, "Oh, wow, Shakespeare." Those were the two words they knew. It was really frustrating. We'd just look at each other, mutually puzzled by my presence in their offices. I learned later that in these moments I was expected to be cute, or winning, or electric. I was supposed to turn up my X factor and come across all fuckable, which I am afraid I did not do. I had always done just fine by working on plays in which people would see me, and then on occasion some of those people would put me in their next play. And we need a big dumb guy who falls down good. Hey, what about this guy? We'll put him in our play. Like that, pretty much. I mean, that system wasn't going to work in LA, apparently, so I quickly found myself beating my head against the wall. As is well known, the business can be really shitty, especially when a person is just starting out. This did not take me completely by surprise, and I was not so naive that I thought I would cakewalk into a successful career without eating some shit first. More surprising was the ugliness that arose in my social life. All my friends and acquaintances from Chicago would get together for drinks at watering holes specifically peopled by ex-Chicago actors who wanted to commiserate about how hard the business was. The status of our auditioning lives and our callbacks became our conversational commodity. When we would see our friends, that's what they would ask about, rather than health or family or anything else. It would be, "Hey man, what's up? Are you going out?" Which means, "Are you getting any auditions?" They couldn't wait to come to the bar if they had any such information to share, and then they'd play it really cool. "Yeah, I'm going in to read for ER, no big." And if they got a call back for a second reading, maybe for the producers, that was exponentially more valuable. One's true friends would be thrilled about any such achievement, while the majority of the Chicago pals would seethe with envy. Schadenfreude was easily the most popular cocktail served in those establishments. This circumstance quickly became really unpalatable to me. I began to eschew the scene, opting for smaller gatherings with friends, at which we'd cook inexpensive meals and bemoan our collective lots to more sympathetic ears. In my desperation, I actually designed the set and puppets for a Defiant show in Chicago, built most of them in Hollywood with a couple of pals, then hauled them all with my toolkit to Chicago in, you guessed it, a drive-away pickup truck. Some of my LA gang generously tried to hook me up with a couple of dates with cute ladies, dates that could only be described as laughably terrible. I remember one specifically with this cute actress named Elizabeth. I took her to dinner at Lola's, and I'm sure I looked like I was fresh off the construction site to begin with. She said, "What do you do?" which is LA speak for, "What can you do for me, and how can you help me get a leg up on everybody else?" I said to her, "Well, I don't do much. I just moved from Chicago, where I've got a theater company, and we're actually doing this Carol Churchill play called The Skriker that I'm designing the set for, and heading up a team that's building 25 puppets and a bunch of masks, by which point she was out the door. Things weren't going great. Fortunately, my main squeeze, Pat Roberts, was in a similar boat as an artist, feeling underappreciated and underutilized. He had no interest in playing the commercial art game and chasing the girls. I mean, don't mistake me, we were definitely interested in the chasing of the girls. It's just that the girls we were meeting were not of the most appetizing variety. Once in a while, we'd meet an amazing woman, and, as if by a rule, she would be married or gay. So, wisely, we began to stay home and drink a lot of bourbon. At a certain point, I realized that I was not cut out for the self-promotional part of this industry. An unbelievable amount of money changes hands every day in Hollywood, forked over by hopeful performers with a dream, desperate for any slight inch of advantage they can beg, borrow, or steal to put themselves nearer the top of somebody's list. These monies are greedily received by countless photographers, acting coaches, and shyster agents and managers who promise the secret to gaining such inches. It was immediately clear to me that I didn't want to succeed at anything by buying an inch, or by convincing an executive in his or her office that I was cool. So I made up my mind to ignore the business. I got work fabricating stuff for people, like building an editing bay and some props for this small animation company I was friendly with. Thanks to my minor connections, I started getting sporadic acting jobs here and there. Every few months I'd score a guest star job on a TV show or a little part in a movie, and these tidbits were just enough artistic food to sustain me. I began to describe my career as a very slowly, ponderously slowly rolling snowball. Like all aspirants, besides my theatrical agent, film and TV, I had a commercial agent for advertising jobs. I was giving it the old college try while maintaining my uniqueness. I loved driving straight to an audition from a job site, covered in sawdust and sweaty, because I knew that I was guaranteed to stand out from all of the adorably coiffed cute guys. One of the pearls of wisdom the agents would gift a body, if one was trying to break in as an actor in LA, was record a videotape of every show that's on TV. Be sure to watch one episode of every show so that when you go to audition for that show, you'll know what they want, what style they're looking for. My response came quite easily. I said, "Tell you what, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna watch any fucking shows. I'm not taping Angel and Buffy to formulate how I can better play a demon when I audition for them. That way, you'll have 100 guys doing what they think the producers want, but you'll have at least this one guy doing something original." That was my technique. I stand by it. Did I ever get a job as a demon on Angel? I did not. And after some time went by, I learned that many initial rejections should eventually be taken as compliments. A lucky actor learns that the projects one says no to end up being much more important than the jobs one takes. Outside of TV and film auditions, my time was spent traipsing to commercial auditions and working as a carpenter. Invariably, I'd be working on the east side of LA, and the commercial audition would be far to the west in Santa Monica, which can often mean an hour of travel. One commercial reading could be a 3 or 4 hour commitment, an ordeal of at least half a day, sometimes more, if one would hopefully be asked to stick around so the director can see you. It didn't take me long to begin adding up these hours for which I was not getting paid as a carpenter. Even though I did shoot a couple of minor commercials, the total profits did not eclipse the amount of carpentry income I was missing to attend the auditions. Well, this was just foolish. The only point of chasing commercials was to garner a paycheck. But if the whole process was losing me money in the end, what was the point? Understandably, I started to find the commercial auditions really depressing. At least in an acting audition, you have the possibility of your talent or your training getting you the job. Hey, this guy's really good at acting, naturalistically portraying the story. He's funny. Or he's really scary, or really clumsy, or whatever was right. They could look at your resume and see that you were a trained professional, meaning that there was a good chance you'd be more dependable on a 14-hour shoot day. But in commercial auditions, you're in a room with 100 fucking yahoos, and basically whoever could make the right funny face got the job. The only qualification necessary to get into this audition was that one looked like he enjoys beer, or tits, or Doritos. It didn't take me long to ken that any joker could get the job. I began to comprehend that I was different from all these guys, simply because I could earn money with my tools. Their ineptitude in finding any other gainful employment filled the waiting room with an atmosphere of desperation. They were led there, Pied Piper-like, bewitched by so many stories like, hey, Lauren got a Chevy campaign last year and he ended up making $600,000. He bought a condo and a boat, and etc. The foyers of commercial casting offices are festooned with visions of sugar plums dancing. I had been briefly beguiled by these pipe dreams as well, but I was beginning to get wise. I began to limit myself to national as opposed to regional commercial auditions that promised a big payday like the ones for banks, beer, or automobiles. I had been in town for about a year when I found myself auditioning for a Budweiser spot. I hauled my ass out to Santa Monica, the same old waiting room full of maybe 60 guys. It's a big square room and each wall has a bench along it, so it's a big square of guys. Mostly beer-loving, baseball fan-looking guys, so fat guys. The shtick was, you're in the bleachers, looking down at the outfield, holding 2 huge beers at a baseball game, and you hear the sound of a home run crack off the bat. The crowd noise builds, and you're watching the home run. It's coming straight at you. You look at your 2 beers, and you don't want to set either down because Budweiser is so delicious, or because ballpark beers are so expensive. So the home run hits you on the forehead, and you make a hilarious face, and then you fall over. So the salient question was, who makes the funny face of getting hit on the head with a home run ball the best? The Bud spot also contained the role of a little old peanut vendor. So there was a motley throng of hedonist-looking guys, the beer drinkers, together with a bunch of assorted little old men. I was looking around, calculating the carpenter wages I was not earning, and I realized that sitting next to me was Donald Gibb, who played Ogre in Revenge of the Nerds. I was the appropriate age for Revenge of the Nerds to have been a hugely beloved movie for me. He was also in the movie Bloodsport, for mercy's sake. This guy was a hero to me and every other teenager in the 80s, and now he was sitting next to me at this commercial audition? I thought, good God, you can be this minor movie star and do a ton of TV roles, and then 10 years later you're sitting next to me at a fucking Budweiser spot? I was truly reeling, so I got up and walked around the room to clear my head. Across the room, I passed another guy whose face rang a bell, and I looked back, and I'll be goddamned if it wasn't fucking Carmine from Laverne and Shirley. I surreptitiously looked at the headshot in his hand, and at the bottom it read, Eddie Carmine Mecca. I was dumbstruck, thinking, you've got to be fucking kidding me. It might as well have been John Schneider from the Dukes of Hazzard or Burt Reynolds. You can be fucking Carmine? And now you're at this Budweiser spot? Just then, Carmine started up a conversation with the little old man next to him. Hey, you're Joey such and such. You were in Guys and Dolls and Singing in the Rain. This Joey was apparently an old song and dance man with whom Carmine was very impressed. In a grinning reply, the man said, "Oh, come on, Eddie, you saw that shit? Forget about it." Fate, that fickle bitch, was grabbing me oh so firmly by the short hairs and sending me a very clear message. I ran out to a payphone, called my commercial agent, and said, "Thank you kindly, but I'm not doing this anymore. This is not the life for me." There was no shame in these commercial auditions. I just knew that I would rather be making a solid $20 an hour than making zero money to sit and wait for a lottery ticket that could pay off big. I understood in that moment what Robert Mitchum had meant when he said, acting is no job for a man. Years later, I got to work with Eddie Mecca on an episode of Children's Hospital, and he was a dreamboat. Between takes, he would sing standards and Sinatra tunes. He was an absolute peach. Now, if I could only shake hands with Ogre, I could bring my Budweiser trauma to a neat resolution. Okay, I had quit doing commercials, but I was still incredibly depressed and drinking a lot. Baby steps. Pat and I were having a lot of fun being young drunks in LA, but we realized with each passing day that we weren't really getting to utilize any of the talents we had. We did things for fun, like watch Dawson's Creek, ironically. We'd run around the house saying excitedly, "Oh my God, it's Tuesday night," and we'd sing, "I don't want to wait for my life to be over," and get all giggly. Of course, without irony, we loved the American institution, The Simpsons. Pretty much my entire circle of artistic friends couldn't help but be profoundly influenced by the genius of The Simpsons writers and animators. South Park as well, but The Simpsons was, and still is, like an encyclopedia of comedy. By now, there's literally no joke they haven't done 3 ways, and so we often turn to that venerated cartoon when we need a reference for any bit. Every 2 or 3 months, something really exciting would come my way, which would usually end in disappointment. To wit, in 1998, I was up for the lead in a movie entitled The Tao of Steve. In fact, the director led me on for a couple weeks that I had won the part when she had me in to read with other actors, but then they found out they could get Donald Logue, a great actor who had some buzz around him. I believe she sincerely thought I was going to be her choice, but the communication was left in a bit of a gray area because, as was often the case with me, they found me to be an adequate choice, but were still hoping they could get someone who was more exciting at the time. So, when they actually did find a more exciting actor, she had to sit me down and give me a talk. She was trying to save face in an unfortunate situation, but didn't do terribly well when she handed me the lamest line ever. "You're more Gary Cooper, and he's more Montgomery Clift, which is more what this story needs." As though I would think, "Oh, well, I was crushed, but since you compared me to Gary Cooper, no hard feelings." I wonder if Donald knows what a powerful Monty Clift vibe he has going on, because he might be able to parlay that into at least a biopic at some point, right? The character was supposed to be really overweight and schlumpy, and Donald Logue did have a few pounds over me at the time, which didn't help my case either. Unfortunately, thinking I was going to be making this film, I had begun to happily gain weight, putting on 20 pounds over 3 or 4 weeks with Pat's gleeful assistance. In fact, you might say that he made me his project. I ate so much fucking ice cream and so many cheeseburgers that I thought I would clog my circulatory system right into an early grave. We had just seen an episode of The Simpsons in which Homer found out that if he weighed 300 pounds, he could go on disability. So he started wearing muumuus around the house, and there was this great joke that your food's caloric level wasn't high enough unless you could rub it against a piece of paper and have the grease turn the paper clear. Homer even says to Bart at one point, "Every second I'm out of bed, I'm burning precious calories." It was as though my very own guide for weight gain had been personally delivered via the genius of The Simpsons. So obviously I started wearing a muumuu, purchased just down the hill at the Rite Aid, and packing on weight just like Homer. I started quoting the lines from The Simpsons to our oblivious neighbors and the mailman. Getting fat was the greatest. Then suddenly I wasn't getting the job, and I had become overweight, and so that, of course, just made me even more depressed. Rather than take the weight right back off again, I chose to shrug and continue trudging through the hard-won life lessons of a young man, now husky, in Hollywood. Meanwhile, I was starting to more consistently land dependable character actor gigs. I won a role on ER, which was very exciting as it was the highest profile drama on television at the time. It was to be the first live episode of ER, and so they wanted theater actors because the show would be shot more like a live play than a film. Since it was live, we couldn't stop and do it again if a mistake was made, so they wanted a cast who could hopefully avoid mistakes. It was an incredibly exciting event of which to be a part. A year or 2 later, I was on the 5th episode of The West Wing. This was quite bolstering, this opportunity to work on these shows that had some prestige. Even winning a little guest star part says to a fella, "You have worth. Stick around, maybe next time you'll do 3 episodes." I kept getting these invaluable little signals from the business that said, "Stick it out, kid, just keep plugging away, something good'll happen." Casting people would say things like that to me too. One benevolent lady told me, "Look, you're gonna do great when you come into your sheriff years. Grow a mustache and you're gonna work like crazy." I wish I could see her now and shake her hand. I was about due for some good news when suddenly I got some. A great theater company from Chicago called Roadworks out of Northwestern University was coming to town with a production of Mike Leigh's Ecstasy. They needed to replace a naked drunk guy in the show, and somebody said, "Hey, Offerman's in L.A., perfect." So we staged this play at the Odyssey Theater, which I found to be an excellent and dependable, still today, Los Angeles institution. And let me tell you, that work put a powerful healing on me. Casting directors came to see us because the company had a great reputation, and I was able to ride on their coattails. Mally Finn, a generous and sublime casting director, sadly no longer with us, showed up, as did a few other great casting directors. Thank my lucky stars, some of these ladies saw something unique in me and began to champion me. For years, they would bring me in on auditions and try to get me some really nice jobs. It took a long time, but I began to see more and more fruit from their efforts. The best thing that happened immediately was that 2 casting directors, the same ones from The Tao of Steve, Nicole Arbusto and Joy Dixon, 2 of my greatest champions, whom I love to death, were casting this film called Treasure Island, written and directed by a genius guy named Scott King. It was a delightfully peculiar script, written more like a theater piece than a film, so they were leaning towards some theater actors. They ended up casting me and one of the lead actors from our production of Ecstasy, the heroic Lance Baker, as the leads of the movie, and then they cast the lead actress from the play, a winsome Rachel Singer, in a supporting role. I suddenly had a lead role in a movie, a hilarious, weird, and smart movie, and I was in heaven. The filmmakers were old-timey people, a sort of revival movement. 15 years ago in L.A., there was this sect of hipsterish people who would dress in old-timey fashions like from the big band era. Double-breasted suits and fedoras and poodle skirts and such. Every Friday night at the Brown Derby, there would be big band music and swing dancing. They would use pomade in their hair and have DA haircuts and the whole 9 yards. Scott King was sort of an adjunct to this crowd, but he held himself apart from it and therefore above it. He had come into some money, so he whimsically fashioned himself as an old-time studio head with his company King Pictures. He had a 1932 BMW convertible that he drove around, and he was very generous with all of us working in his company. We had a lot of fun, both shooting the film and socializing outside of it. I had finally found an artistic circle in which I could hang my hat, and a benevolent leader whom I could serve with ardor in Scott, a good friend of mine to this day. We shot in a studio in Silver Lake on a period camera called a Mitchell. The movie was set in 1943, and a Mitchell was the actual camera one would have used in the 40s. Scott ran a very civilized set, insisting that we only shoot 8-hour days. I loved working with him and the producers. Treasure Island was also where I first met my good friend, Austin filmmaker Bob Byington, who was the script supervisor on the film. Speaking of Bob, I ended up making a couple of prosthetic penises for the movie because they didn't have anyone else who could, and I had made a lot of stuff like that for the theater in the past. We also shot a week up in San Francisco, including some amazing locations in the city and in front of the Bay Bridge. It was such an incredible feeling to finally have the lead in a movie that reminded me of the Defiant Theater in its combined irreverence and intelligence. These people valued me as an actor, but also as a dependable contributor. I consulted on acting scenes, drove the art truck, rigged lights, and more, which did my self-worth a world of good. The movie went to Sundance in 1999, and it really got us a lot of nice attention. We were awarded a special jury prize for distinctive vision. I finally felt like things were beginning to sputter to life for me in Los Angeles. The snowball began to pick up speed, almost imperceptibly, but still, that was a good sight better than slowing down and melting. Not long after this small triumph, planted in front of Dawson's Creek one night with our preferred dinners, a can of Virginia blister peanuts and a mason jar full of Jim Beam water and ice, Pat and I were undoubtedly feeling romantic after seeing what those rascals Pacey and Dawson were up to. We observed, okay, this is pathetic. There's got to be some high-quality women in this town looking for us. We've met a lot of ladies, we've seen how this town works now. We're smart, after a manner of speaking, and we know that we have unique, weird talents and personalities. There are definitely ladies of refined taste looking for us. We just gotta find them. Well, I'll be goddamned if that speechifying didn't work, as though we had uttered some sort of necromantic, romantic incantation. Isn't that the secret? You just say what you want out loud and it comes to you? Had some arcane Kabbalah from a random episode of Oprah infiltrated our psyches? Whatever the case, secret or no, within 2 weeks of saying it, Pat met his future wife, Courtney Valenti, who is a magnificent, beautiful, tasteful woman who also happens to be a brilliant film executive at Warner Brothers and classy as all get out. It had happened exactly like we wished in our secret. Thank you, Dawson. Peace, Pacey. Through the cloud of smoke and patina of Silver Lake dirt, she was able to see the best version of Pat, in effect saying, "You are a brilliant, good-looking guy. Your artwork is somehow simultaneously hilarious and acutely intelligent, and I am laying claim to you." And she was right. They have 2 amazing kids now, and Pat is a champion dad and husband, even as he continues to crank out uproarious, thought-provoking art. Before we knew it, they were an item. Shortly after Pat and Courtney started dating, maybe a couple of months later, I was telling my friends, "Guys, ladies, I'm losing my mind. I have to do a play. That's my mother's milk. It's the only thing that can save my life." Once again, my heroic casting directors, Nicole and Joy, who had put me in Treasure Island, hooked me up with an audition for a play at a new company called The Evidence Room, which had just purchased a building in the Echo Park area. They needed to build a theater in this old warehouse, and they also needed to build a set for the show. There was a character in the play who was an East German soldier who had a monologue at one point comparing his anus to his phallus. I said to them upon our meeting, "You don't know it yet, but you are looking for me." It turned out that an actress named Megan Mullally, who was one of the stars of a popular television comedy entitled Will and Grace, was cast in the lead of the play. This fact was dangled as an incentive when I was meeting the directors of the company, but I said, "Hey, I'm a man of the theater, so I'm not that crazy about working with a TV lady, but I'm going to audition despite the fact that you're planning to include her." Regardless of that jackassery, I got the job, and it, and indeed she, saved my life. The show was The Berlin Circle by Chuck Mee. He takes Bertolt Brecht's Caucasian chalk circle and sets it at the Berlin Wall coming down. During the first read-through, the cast of 24 people was sitting in a large circle of chairs in this empty warehouse when Megan came walking in, all turned out and wearing very cute clothing and what I used to call her fashion shoes. She was beautiful, okay. Sure, and I thought, all right, let's see what you got, hotshot. We read through the script, and my attitude and, well, everything changed. She was so funny and so masterful, such a total pro that she immediately went from seeming like some sort of TV actor with my own imagined inadequacies to clearly existing as a living, breathing, gorgeous pack of talent. Adroitly extinguishing my misplaced snobbery was the discovery that she had done 2 Broadway shows by that point. To my further embarrassment, I was to learn that she had cut her teeth in the exact same Chicago theater community as my own snotty ass just some years before me. Beyond that, she was simply hilarious. I'm still so besotted by her talent that 13 years into our relationship, I'm amazed that I am the partner to such a bright and shining powerhouse of entertainment. In the play, I was doing a sort of cheap Colonel Klink German dialect from Hogan's Heroes, which thankfully she found funny. After the read-through, I went up to her thinking, "Of course, you fool, they have good people on TV, too." My first words to my future bride were, "Hey, I'm Nick. You're hilarious, and I think this is going to be really fun." Little did I realize how effective this opening salvo would prove. As it turned out, literally no one else spoke to her that day because they were all freaked out by loving her on TV. So my humble greeting turned out to be a huge windfall, unwittingly. We had a lot of factors working against our becoming a couple. A rule I believe I've mentioned: one doesn't date another actor in one's play. Of course, we all end up breaking that rule, obviously, at some point, but everybody knows better. If you have your shit together and you're an adult, but you're feeling randy toward a castmate, you might make your urgings known to each other, but you simply wait until the play is over to seal the deal. Otherwise, chances are you're just signing up for little more than an afternoon delight, which can also be a pleasing option. I guess my point is that if you feel strongly enough about your fellow actor that you want to try to make a go at something lasting, then your amour has a better chance of surviving if you cultivate it outside of the theater, ideally after the play closes. Beyond that rule of thumb, we were also both staunchly single. Despite the matchmaking glamour that Pat and I had conjured together a few weeks before, I was still being protective of myself because L.A. and her cute superficial women had been very painful to me thus far. Megan was extra self-protective because she was on a popular TV show, and I'm sure she had prospecting gold diggers at every available turn. She had been dating guys who were slightly more rock and roll style, leather pants wearing, skinny sort of guys. So we were sort of blindsided when we mutually snuck up on each other. Because of our similar theater careers, we became really good friends pretty immediately. Plus, we were the two outsiders in the cast. The Evidence Room was an existing company with a couple of shows under its belt moving to this new home, and we were the two hired guns. This arrangement saw us banding together during rehearsal, during which we discovered that we also shared a filthy, irreverent sense of humor. It didn't take long, probably a couple of weeks into rehearsals, for us both to realize, oh, hang on, holy crap, I'm really attracted to you. I can certainly say that for myself at any rate. Megan's thoughts might have run with just a modicum of increased elegance. I made the first overtures, although we were both sending pretty clear signals. My first hurdle, strangely enough, was a feeling of insecurity at being so outclassed by Megan. I saw her as a fancy lady who couldn't possibly have an eye for a working jack like myself. She wore fashion shoes, for fuck's sake. In a way, my perceived class difference probably helped matters progress, as I felt like I could grow safely close to Megan without any danger of romantic feelings because of my low station. That dastardly Cupid snuck right up in my shadow and filled me full of arrows. Eventually the penny dropped, and I was understandably in some disbelief. To myself I thought, what? No way is this happening. Who do you think you are? Is this Beauty and the Beast? She be a lady, the finest of ladies, and you be but a pig and laborer. But it was too late. Far, far too late. Almost nightly, I was saying to Pat Roberts, this is crazy. I think we like each other. I would call him constantly to say, Jesus, check out what Megan just said, because she just said the funniest shit. I couldn't believe that a woman that beautiful and sophisticated would say something so wonderfully pornographic about my balls. Things started falling into place, and finally we were becoming really winky and flirtatious with each other. One day, as she was leaving the theater in her Range Rover, I ran out and stopped her. I knocked on the window and climbed in the passenger seat and looked her in the eye, and I said, this is going on, right? I'm not that smart, but I'm also no dummy. This is happening. She was very old-fashioned and businesslike about it. She said, okay, there might be something happening down the road, but I can guarantee you nothing is going to happen before the end of our play. But yeah, I think you're all right. Then we drove to Los Feliz, which means the Happy, where we proceeded to park and make out for 2 hours. Beck's Midnight Vultures had just come out, which included the song Beautiful Way, and we played that song on repeat 38 times. Seems like it was go time. We kept it a secret for a while, but got busted opening night. The sound designer spotted us kissing out on the deck that I had built. Man, brother, I'll tell you, I was head over heels. I was solid gone, baby. But Megan was extremely old-fangled in her courting allowances. It didn't take long before I had moved out of the unfinished basement I was living in and moved in with her, but she stepped us through the process in small increments. I got to take her home and make out on the couch, but then I had to leave. Then I was allowed to start spending the night, but I had to sleep on the couch. Eventually, when I finally got to sleep in the bed, I had to face the wall and behave myself. She did it for real because she wanted to be sure that I was for real. It took veritable calendar months before she, as she puts it, gave up the puss. I had a job at the time hanging lights for Disney Imagineering. I was driving 40 minutes up Highway 5 to Valencia one morning when it hit me. I remember exactly where I was, that I was going to marry Megan. And I have to say, I was quite pissed off because I hadn't been consulted. Life just dropped it in my lap. You're getting married. She's 11 years older than me, so it wasn't the most likely pairing for that reason and more. Didn't matter. I was hers. I thought, okay, I'm done. I was incredibly happy at this realization, but I was a little angry. As a man, that I hadn't been given the opportunity to weigh the options. I guess I got over it, but not for a solid 30 seconds or so. Looking back on that period, I have to laud Megan and Courtney for their ability to see any goodness in Pat and me. Don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of both myself and Pat, but in all fairness to us, we were looking like a pretty dubious wager at that point, when our noble wives had the guts to hold their horses, reach down from their regal coaches into the muddy road, haul us to our feet, clean us off, and make men of us. As I'd suspected it would, doing that play with Megan in 2000 really did save my life, in so many more ways than I ever could have fathomed. I guess the moral of the story would have to be, read The Secret, or at least listen to the audiobook. Measure twice, cut once. When I encourage people to pick up a chisel and begin woodworking, I have to remember that I had a pretty solid 12 or so years of tool training before I ever sharpened a chisel myself. But I don't think that should be daunting to anyone who is brand new to the practice. My education was probably accelerated by my existing shop skills, but basic woodworking comes pretty easily, whether or not you've been running a table saw for years. I had spent some time framing houses before learning to build scenery and props and then becoming a full-time scenic carpenter in Chicago. I have always loved building scenery. It holds a magical quality for me, the fabrication of some illusion upon which to place the action of a play or musical to best facilitate the imagination of the audience. Compared to, say, cladding the rafters of a roof in sheets of plywood, building scenic elements can be a lot more fun, containing a playful or whimsical quality that regular construction lacks. Building houses, both in the framing and the finish work, not to mention the cabinetry, is also mighty satisfying, in that one is creating a solidly comfortable dwelling in which people can make their lives. But having become soundly ensnared in theater's web, I thrived best spending my formative years in the scene shop. That is, until I moved to L.A. Lacking the bountiful theater community of Chicago, Los Angeles did not provide me the opportunity to make much of a living building scenery. Sure, there are a multitude of scenery shops for television and film, but the best ones are all run by a union to which I did not claim membership, and I couldn't find a position at the non-union shops I investigated. My problem was that I was too honest with them. I told them up front that I was an actor, and so I'd need to be able to go to auditions and then likely miss work if and when I booked a job. No shop foreman wants to begin a relationship like that, nor should they. My strategy should have entailed a little more smokescreen, as I could have gotten a job and then asked about auditions later once they were crazy about me. I guess I knew better than to depend upon my ability to charm a bunch of carpenters. Whatever the case, I had to revert to basic construction carpentry, picking up work wherever I could. I built some mediocre editing suite tables and shelf units for a friend from plywood and construction lumber. I did some custom built-in work at a sports bar, a couple of closet built-ins for another pal, etc. Then a plum assignment came my way. Kara, an old Defiant pal, was living in a Hollywood Hills apartment building. The landlord, Chuck, wanted a really nice deck built on the hillside below the building. I drew up some ideas and got him to green-light one of them that had a Frank Lloyd Wright feeling to the railing details. I enlisted another old Defiant pal, Marty McClendon, who had designed a lot of our more incredible sets in Chicago, to help me out, as we had always had a great time building together. We first dug 6 large holes and poured cylindrical concrete piers deep into the ground, upon which to anchor our structure. Next, we built the legs, beams, joists, and cross-bracing of Douglas fir, treated for termite resistance, finally cladding the actual deck in redwood, which is naturally impervious to rot in the elements. It felt fantastic to be outside working, earning some recompense with our brains and muscles instead of sitting around wondering when our agents were going to call with an audition. The railings were last, and they were comprised of 6 panel sections with an interior geometric pattern of rectangles, which was reminiscent of a Frank Lloyd Wright stained glass window. I designed these patterns by simply messing around with different combinations drawn to scale with a ruler on some graph paper until I found the iteration that was most pleasing to mine eye. This was a big moment for me, looking back, as it was the first time that I was filling the role of designer. I'd always enjoyed working alongside great designers in the theater, taking their plans and engineering the best method by which to accomplish their desired results, but now I was wielding the pencil. Once I had perfected my railing design, I then had to deduce the best way to build it, which led Marty and me to our first use of a common woodworking joint known as the shiplap joint. We cut them primarily on the table saw, a tool we had known and loved for many years but had never utilized for cutting joinery. This was a major development that was soon to provide further inspiration. Soon after I had begun courting Megan, a well-heeled acquaintance of hers wanted a really nifty folly built on his property. His exceptionally nice new house in the hills had an extra acre of what was basically parkland tacked onto the backyard. Out in this park, he wanted a cabin where he could go and have a glass of wine with his guests before dinner. Marty and I jumped and took on this project as well, hiring a couple more helpers, and once again we were thrilled to be working on such a substantial structure. We'd begin each day's work at 7 a.m., and drinking our coffee as the morning sun burned off the mist in the trees made us feel like we could have been in the middle of nowhere instead of smack dab in the center of Los Angeles, creating such a satisfying sense of escape from the shitty, superficial grind of the business. Our design was built around a post and beam structure, with some of our first attempts at beefy joinery connecting the 6x6-inch posts. With a hexagonal deck off the front corner, there was plenty of floor space to clad with reclaimed Douglas fir 2x4s that we had salvaged from a 100-year-old house in Santa Monica, igniting our desire to reuse as much of the valuable timber that goes to waste every day as we could. If we as a society properly reclaimed all of the construction lumber heading to the landfill and the bonfire every day, we wouldn't need to cut down another tree for 20 years, if ever. After we finished that cabin, another friend wanted a yoga studio built in her yard in West L.A. By this point, I discovered, mainly in Pasadena, the architecture of Green and Green, who were contemporaries of Frank Lloyd Wright in the early 20th century, and I became completely besotted with their style, which adds some sexy Asian curves to the Craftsman or Mission aesthetic. My design for the yoga hutch emulated their designs as near as I could afford anyway, and Marty and I were really enjoying our education as we continued to challenge each other to execute more complex designs in joinery. One day, as I was chopping out a humongous mortise with a framing chisel, I realized that this huge mortise and tenon joint that I was creating to join the posts and beams together was also one of the bedrock joints used in antique furniture. I thought, hey, if we can build this structure, then surely we can build a table, which is just a smaller scale version of a post and beam cabin. Another harbinger of the impending change in my carpentry style was instigated by a film job that I got during the construction of the yoga hutch. I had to leave my job site for a few months while I worked on the film, which was nothing short of an asshole move. I left this mostly finished building under construction in the backyard of these nice people while I traipsed around shooting a film. Not the coolest move. I promised myself from there on out I would only build pieces in a workshop where I could give a client a safe lead time, so that I could complete their commissions when I was able to without leaving a mess lying around their property. I started driving Megan crazy because everywhere we went I would be on the floor underneath the old tables looking at the joinery. I was obsessed with the tricks employed by furniture makers over the years to ensure a structure's solidity. A contractor that I knew saw what was happening and recognized my symptoms. He gave me a few issues of Fine Woodworking magazine and said, "If you want to get into this stuff, this is all you need." And sure enough, I got a subscription and was just swept away down a river of knowledge upon which I am still paddling madly. I had guzzled all of the Kool-Aid, reading voraciously of woodworking and then beyond to boat building. If one is bewitched by woodworking, as I am, and one begins a program of study, as I have, then one must first essay the classic joinery. The mortise and tenon, the dovetail, the sliding dovetail, the miter joint, the box joint, the finger joint. Eventually everything breaks down into simple techniques. The entire discipline of working with wood really only comes down to a handful of tools and methods with which you can do damn near anything with wood in three-dimensional space, to the extent of the limitations of your material. Once you master those simple tools and techniques, you can then craft toward whatever item your predilections steer you to. You might want to build bread boxes, or bicycles, or chess pieces, or sailboats, and you can. I was immediately and powerfully drawn to the work of George Nakashima, a Japanese-American woodworker who popularized his table style, consisting of a single slab of a walnut tree with the natural edges retained, resting upon different sculptural varieties of a trestle base. These tables look equally at home in an ancient temple or a modern architectural house, because the slab of wood itself is the work of art. My first attempt was an homage to his Frenchman's Cove table, which his daughter Mira has been producing since she took over the Nakashima operation after her dad passed away. She maintains a very charismatic company in Pennsylvania if you want to see some superb American work. The more I learn about woodworking, the more I am convinced that I don't ever want to decorate my pieces with a lot of man-made gingerbread. Many virtuoso craftspersons work in many styles, and they do some mind-blowing things, with solid wood, in the Federal style, Art Nouveau, Victorian, and others. Not so much for me. I think it's all about creating a piece of furniture that allows the wood itself to draw the focus. What Ma Nature has wrought in the grain and color and figure of a given piece of tree is generally much more magical to me than any dental edge I might adhere to it. Finally finishing the wood, especially with a hand-rubbed oil finish, after careful scraping and sanding, simply reveals the story that particular tree has been getting ready to tell us for decades or sometimes centuries. Usually the story is full of twists and surprises and breathtaking beauty, but hopefully the story does not include a chapter about a lag bolt that someone screwed into the tree 80 years ago, only to be rediscovered by your expensive table saw blade. I knew I needed a shop space, but couldn't find anything remotely appropriate and or affordable until one day I was helping my friend Daniel Wheeler, a high-end sculptor and maker of things, to cast Pat Roberts' supine form in plaster so that Daniel could sculpt a formica-faceted mountain range in the rough shape of Pat's carcass. An amazing piece of loving work, by the way, the sculpture, not Pat's bod, although that's not too shabby either. My motorcycle happened to need a jump, so I went to the neighboring warehouse spaces looking for some jumper cables. I've never driven without cables since, by the way, and neither should you. And I found them at a large photography studio. The 40 by 80 foot white room was very barren, and the photographer told me he knew right where the jumper cables were because he was moving. "Oh, really?" I replied, and immediately took down the landlord's information. "Yeah," he said, "I used to do a killer business shooting the cover photos for VHS porn movies." "You don't say," I replied, looking at the expanse in a new light indeed. Were my boots lightly sticking to the concrete floor? "Oh yeah, the money was great," he said, "because the photo on the box is what gets your rental at the video store. Think about it." But the video store is dying. I can't afford to stay. He then toured me around the huge room, upon the walls of which were still poster-sized versions of some of the photos he had accomplished there, in this empty, dusty warehouse. There was a sandy beach scene, complete with water, and a snowy ski bunny hillside with pine trees and a cabin, and on, every photo with a scantily clad sex pot in a coy pose of one sort or another. Well, I'm sure things will work out, I said, licking my chops. No, not at the Chesty Morgans, but at the potential shop space. I got the place, and with Marty's help, turned it into a woodworker's dream shop, where I still ply my troth to this day. Mr. McClendon, a good friend about whom I've written a limerick, and I'll just tell you the first line, there once was a man named McClintercourse. He and I both owe an undeniable debt of gratitude to Fine Woodworking magazine for the expert tutelage it has given us over the years. We have read that magazine cover to cover every month, completely infatuated with the classified ads in back. I could tell you where to get tiger maple in Virginia, or what gentleman in Ohio will tune up your antique molding planes for you. I'm the same way with Wooden Boat magazine, which is about as delicious as a periodical can get. When Marty and his winning bride, Jennifer, were blessed with a bun in the oven, I was able to realize a dream that had been percolating for a while, thanks to the Wooden Boat classifieds. A fellow named Warren Jordan had plans available to purchase for the Baby Tender, which is a lap-strake planked rowboat built to the scale of a cradle. It even hangs on custom davits. You can bet your sweet caboose I built that little boat for Marty and Jen with a hull of Alaskan yellow cedar and black walnut trim. Witnessing the hull of a boat take shape upon your bench is like spinning a Corvette from wool. There be witchcraft afoot in the boat shop, sure now. We continued to leapfrog off of each other, attempting projects ever increasing in difficulty. Ours was a beautiful partnership, fueled by the sounds of Kool and the Gang, the Gap Band, Parliament, and Funkadelic. Sadly for me, Marty was called back to Wisconsin to merely run an entire college theater department, the Lord's work indeed, but we both still love to send each other pictures of our most recent sweet joinery. I could never have learned all that I have so far without his collaboration. In the last year, our circle of life has gone full-on Hakuna Matata, as we have both realized the crazy sex dream of writing articles for Fine Woodworking. Who shot who and the what now? Check out Fine Woodworking number 231 to see McClendon's green and green style bed in American cherry, but don't look at it unless you're prepared to blow your load. Hooked on boats but good, I then had the chance to build my first canoe, Huckleberry, and shoot a how-to video of the process for Ted Moores and Joan Barrett of Bear Mountain Boats in Peterborough, Ontario, the premier company for all of your canoe building needs. That's Bear Mountain Boats. Ted literally wrote the book, Canoe Craft, on building cedar strip canoes and kayaks, a manual from which I learned to find my ass with both hands and many more techniques even more efficacious. Jimmy DiResta shot the video and earned himself my second canoe, Lucky Boy, as part of his recompense. These canoes are designed by Ted and Steve Killing, and I will reiterate that when the hull begins to reveal its voluptuous curves to the builder, boners there be, and that goes for the ladies as well. Experiencing a problem with depression? Ennui got you down? Build a goddamn canoe, and trust me, you will be happy as a clam at high tide. Most of the work is done with hand tools, which means you get to crank your tunes for hours of pleasure. Check out Any Tom Waits or Petra Hayden Sings The Who Sell Out. Trust me. Iron and Wine is amazing on the Spoke Shave. I also played a lot of Supreme Music Program, a band fronted by Megan Mullally, whose 3 albums are like fully formed novels. Lady got pipes, y'all. Even the paddle of the canoe can prove to be an immensely satisfying undertaking, and a place I often suggest that beginners choose as their starting point. It's great training in the block plane and the spoke shave, and there's nothing so gratifying as crafting a handled tool from wood. To date, I've carved a spoon and a fork, several canoe paddles, a life-size replica mahogany axe, and a baseball bat. The moment of enchantment occurs when the item is nearing completion and you're sanding the shaft or handle. You can begin to feel the work that this tool will perform, whether it be rapping out a triple or paddling against a brisk current. I can tell you from many hours of experience that propelling a wooden canoe that you have built, with a paddle also made by your hand, carries so much more than a sense of pride. One begins to tap into the primal ingenuity that strings us together with countless generations of our clever forebears who collectively did all of the long division for us when it came to sailing and aerodynamics and, well, every sort of simple machine, really. When I paddle across the big water, I feel a direct kinship with my ancestors in that we have both cheated the river. With the chair and the table, we outsmart gravity. With the boat, we outsmart water and wind and distance. Lest we get too cocky, though, as soon as I, start to think this way, Ma Nature slaps us, me, with a squall and dumps my canoe over a submerged tree trunk, reminding me that behind that spokeshave there still stands a jackass. Chapter 14. Romantic Love. Engage in romantic love. It truly makes life worth living. Romance affords you the opportunity to do a lot of giving, which I believe I've read is said to be better than receiving. Trust me, once you give of your time and care to your loved one, you'll be doing a plenty of receiving, if you follow me. If you don't follow me, I'm saying you'll be having a bunch of oral sex performed upon you. One might examine the example of a triumphant marriage set for me by my mom and dad and determine that I was hopelessly lost to a life of romance from the outset. I'm not talking the saccharine stuff of Disney films. I'm referring to down-to-earth everyday give and take. A bouquet of Sweet Williams gathered along the fence row on the way home to Mom. Making sure Dad got the bone with the marrow at dinner, which he shared with me, good man. Little commonplace gestures that say, I'm thinking of you. The reason some may see my sappy side as a liability is that when faced with a decision, I will damn near always choose the more romantic or foolish choice. To wit, a mere couple of months into our courtship, my wife Megan took a major plunge by coming to my family's annual fishing week in remote northwest Minnesota. I was pretty nervous, as the accommodations are pleasant but Spartan, and Megan would be meeting most of my family for the first time. These cabins are for fisher folk and hunters, not vacationing legends of the entertainment world, so I wanted to go the extra mile or 3 to make it nice for my new lady. We arrived to a beautiful afternoon, light on the mosquitoes, and we were happy to see the gang. I suggested we take the pontoon boat out across the lake to get a romantic view of the sunset. Megan agreed, so we snagged a bottle of wine and puttered away. For those who don't know, a pontoon, also known as a party barge, is a good-sized rectangular floor, say 10 by 18 feet, floating upon 2 pontoon floats, like 2 long cylindrical skis, with seating for 12 or so, and a nice size but not overly macho motor, 35 to 50 horsepower. It's the minivan of the lake. There's a retractable awning on the pontoon for shade, rendering the vessel a very comfortable place from which to catch one's limit, or just enjoy a cold can of suds while taking in some of the cheese curds one collected on one's way through Wisconsin, and admire the majestic scenery. Or, say, shut down the motor, drift, and soak up the sunset with your new crazily foxy bombshell. Traditionally, and in order to comply with the law, a boater will turn on small lights at dusk so that other watercraft can see him or her, and thereby prevent collisions from occurring. I understand the prudence in this rule, so I flipped on the parking lights, and we had a glass of wine, and discussed our burgeoning feelings, as well as my brother-in-law's penchant for the Black Russian cocktail, while the sun set beautifully over the pine forest in which the cabin resort sat. If I do say so myself, this was a pretty devastating atmosphere of a moor in which I had festooned our evening. Romeo-wise, I was looking pretty savvy. By the time the breeze picked up and blew us directly into the far shore opposite our dock, it was fully dark and time to head in for some late-night snacks and euchre. When I turned the key to fire up the motor, the silence that greeted me was one of the most violent sounds I'd ever not heard. I knew immediately what had befallen us, thanks to a storied history of misunderstanding motor vehicles throughout my youth. I'd left the maritime equivalent of the parking lights turned on without the motor running. Silence is romantic. And the battery had been drained past the capability of answering our ignition needs. This was very bad. The lake was completely dark. A brisk breeze was blowing us against the shore directly across the lake from our destination. There was nary a light as far as the eye could see, as this whole side of the lake was a preserve used by the Boy Scouts who were fully absent at this time. In short, I had no choice but to attempt to compel the pontoon the 1.5 miles back across the water. But how? I screamed a few times at the top of my lungs for my brother, who was no doubt 5 beers into a euchre game back at the cabin. Christ almighty. I searched clumsily through the storage areas beneath the bench seats and burst into inward tears of thanks when I came upon a pathetic warped canoe paddle. It was incredibly lightweight and curved so severely that if I had a pair of them, I could have made a kick-ass rocking chair with some exciting action. But given the circumstances, I had never seen a more beautiful wooden implement in all of my life. I proceeded to sit on the front center of the pontoon and set to paddling for all I was worth, not much at that moment, for about 3 hours, directly into the wind, while Megan poured swigs of wine into my mouth and sang a progression of songs into my ear. Songs of love, like Randy Newman's Real Emotional Girl and Marie, Tom Waits' Johnsburg, Illinois and Ruby's Arms, and her show-stopping version of Danny Boy. The bees of love came swirling around me in a swarm of passion, coalescing in the air before me like a large cartoon fist, before soundly bludgeoning me into servitude. I couldn't stop and rest because of the severe headwind, so I set my jaw and paddled like a Phoenician, literally guiding myself by the Big Dipper until we floated safely into the dock. Standing on the dock, spent, under the stars, my then-girlfriend told me she loved me. Using my gifts of stubbornness and mulish stamina, I had achieved a romantic triumph that I might hope to repeat in our years of bliss, but preferably by less taxing means. When we arose the next morning, my family was disappointingly nonplussed at the recounting of my Homeric episode, refusing to believe that I hadn't killed the battery on purpose to provide myself a juicy opportunity to impress my lady. That hurt, but not nearly as much as what happened next. My dad took me out to the pontoon and showed me where the top pops off the motor and one could use a pull rope to start it up, in case the battery should die. The Offermans, ladies and gentlemen. Inexplicably, but thankfully, Megan stuck with me. It wasn't long before Cupid sat me down and said, "You know what's up, right?" And I said, "Yes, your work here is replete and seamless, and I will answer it." Megan and I had openly discussed the plan to one day marry, so I didn't feel terribly sweaty about making a proposal happen at first. After some water had passed under the bridge, however, it became clear that I should get the ball rolling, maybe after a year together. One day we were walking down Beverly Boulevard in L.A., and I was pulling my Swiss Army knife out of my pocket, as is my habit, and I also accidentally pulled out a quarter, which went tinkling onto the sidewalk. As I abruptly took a knee to retrieve the coin and replace it in my pocket, inadvertently striking the exact posture and gesture of a man traditionally proposing marriage, even down to the hand in my pocket, Megan facetiously said, "Oh my God, honey!" And I, ever game, played along as though I had awkwardly lost the ring. I stammered. I think I lost a nickel." Hilarious. We laughed long and hard and pressed on to our destination, while in the back of my mind a switch had been thrown. The placard beneath that switch read, "Many a true word is spoken in jest." I don't know who writes the copy for these switches of mine, but they need to update their vernacular, bro. Anyway, the story of my muffed proposal made the rounds, and everyone agreed that it was a terrific chuckle. The foundation of the humor was to be found in our confidently solid romance. Acquaintances would sometimes exhibit alarm that I might play so fast and loose with a lady's expectations, but I would never risk hurting Megan's feelings, and she knew that, so the subject remained ripe for further ribaldry. About this time, I was getting incredibly excited about a trip to Paris that we had coming up. Around the set of Will and Grace, I mentioned that it might be even funnier to extend my run of proposal comedy in the City of Lights. Without missing a beat, the costume designer, the sublime Laurie Eskowitz, handed me a selection of gorgeous engagement rings of the costume jewelry variety, which I gratefully and surreptitiously pocketed. Cut to Gay Paris. Holy shit. You guys, there's a city in France called Paris, directly south of Amiens. It's on the Seine, and you should totally go check it out. We were absolutely swept away by the romance and beauty and history of that magnificent burg. Paris is indeed for lovers. We thrilled at buying crepes with butter and sugar from a street vendor, and then just sojourning about the arrondissement, neighborhoods arranged in a spiral pattern by number, soaking in the architecture, the people, the museums, the food, the flowers, and I was especially freaked out by the Art Deco designs of the Paris metro stops, done by Hector Guimard at the turn of the 20th century. So much so that I did some homework and sought out a couple of apartment buildings he had also assembled. Such beautiful and highly crafted work. We were high on the hill of Montmartre, visiting the Basilica of Sacré-Cœur, then just swooning at the majestic views of the city from this, the highest point. At the base of the ancient stone steps leading to the church, I suddenly dropped to my knees again, and this time pulled out a pretty bitchin' diamond ring. I launched into, "Megan, you know I love you." But my words were cut short when I bobbled the ring and it flipped a few times in the air before neatly dropping into the ancient iron gutter grate over which I was kneeling. Ever willing, Megan did not bat an eyelash, saying, "Oh my God, Nick, what was that?" Nothing. I just dropped a 20-centime piece. Terrific. We had a nice laugh, and then continued touring that historic hilltop, which once housed the studios of artists like Picasso, Dali, Modigliani, Manet, Van Gogh, Mondrian. Not a bad lineup. I'm telling you, Paris is totally worth it. I don't know why nobody ever talks about it. It's in France, everybody. Some of the finest gustatory experiences in the world can also be found in this foxy bitch of a European capital. We got some good tips from friends on some places to dine, including an incredibly romantic cafe on the left bank of the Seine. So romantic that it felt like we were sucking on one string of spaghetti together in Lady and the Tramp, and our post-dinner stroll along the Seine was a dream. We crossed the river on the resplendent Pont-Neuf Bridge. So pretty. Why has no one used it in a movie? Woody Allen, please check it out. Which, thinking back on it now, was like an unrealizable fantasy of what I'd always thought a love trip should be. In the middle of our crossing, I took Megan by her two arms and placed her just so. Then I backed up about 5 steps to take a gallant rolling start into my kneeling, but as I began to step to her, I unfortunately tripped and barreled straight into the bridge's side wall, catching the rail soundly in my gut, which folded me over the wall, sending the impressive diamond ring in my hand catapulting into the night air. Flipping cinematically end over end, catching the lights of the night city in its several expertly cut facets, the ring plummeted, as if in slow motion, disappearing into the murky waters of the Seine. Can you imagine how embarrassing this was for me? 2 incredibly expensive diamonds lost. Not to mention, I'd twice made a complete botch job of proposing to my devastatingly beautiful girlfriend. Megan and I laughed again, sincerely enjoying the now running gag, but not so much as to take away from the sheer bliss of our romantic evening. Near the end of our trip, after we had visited the Louvre Museum extensively, and I had successfully photographed myself shirtless among the centaurs in the sculpture garden, those Louvre security guards are no joke. Hey, somebody should totally set a movie there. That would be cool. Anyway, we figured that no trip to Paris would be complete without ascending La Tour Eiffel, the Eiffel Tower. It was later in the evening, which turned out to be a good move, as the daytime tourist crowds can be a bit much around the tower. We rode to the top in an elevator, and it's really about as breathtaking as you might imagine, both for its sweeping views and, for me anyway, probably more than Milady, the engineering and scale of this 1,000-foot tower. I do love to see how we humans put things together. As you might have guessed, since comedy does tend to come in threes, I was feeling so swept away by this romantic pinnacle that I dropped to one knee and casually dropped the third and largest ring through the grated floor of the Eiffel Tower, where it plummeted some 900 feet to the park below. Never fear, I had carefully scouted the area to ensure I wouldn't accidentally plant it in someone's cranium when it fell. Megan was gratifyingly entertained by my buffoonery, something I continue to appreciate to this day. This brought to a close my famous hat trick of bungled proposals in the most passion-inducing city I've laid eyes on. I can't believe nobody knows about Paris. You should Google it. These japes were good, clean fun, but the onus was rather on me now. If I was willing to joke so freely about the subject, then it was only appropriate that I man up and deliver the real goods at some point. Make my leavings or get out of the water closet, as it were. Some months later, I managed to pull off the real thing in London on another lovely vacation. I had secured a custom ring with my paycheck from acting in a Fox pilot, made with a modest but beautiful stone in a gypsy setting, a favored detail which I had previously ferreted out of my beloved. We were walking through Regent's Park, and we came upon Queen Anne's Rose Garden, which I had secretly selected from several proposed locations by our local guide. As we strolled along hand in hand, I shit you not, all of the insects were buzzing and courting in the air all around us. The birds and chipmunks were giggling and fluttering about, and the ducks in the stream were coupled off, engaged in some heavy petting. As I slowed to a stop upon a little wooden bridge and pulled my insurance from my pocket, a heart-shaped box carved in walnut, which hinged open to reveal the ring perfectly inset, and dropped to one knee, all of nature seemed to begin copulating around us, beating the very air into a syrup of carnal ecstasy. Pairs of pretty sparrows furiously 69ing pinwheeled through the air like feathery filleting fireworks. The calla lilies were nodding approval at me as they began to gently butt-fuck one another. In hindsight, I may not have been completely right, as my heart was beating out of my chest. Something magical was certainly in the air. Spoiler alert, my wife said yes. The best part of my blissful life was now promised to continue, by mutual agreement between myself and the cause of said bliss. Naturally, it wasn't long before we began a series of discussions about throwing ourselves a wedding. One of the first events we'd attended as a couple was Deborah Messing's beautiful wedding on the coast above Santa Barbara, which was an absolute fairy tale. The breathtaking scenery was complemented by the large gathering of family and friends, a group in which I was flattered to be newly initiated. The one brief moment of displeasure occurred when a paparazzi helicopter suddenly appeared to snatch photos and video of the resplendent fete. Enormous efforts had been expended toward maintaining the secrecy of the particular details surrounding the nuptials, but alas, there always seems to be some asshole willing to sell out one's privacy and comfort for a buck. The rest of the evening went off without a hitch, and I was powerfully excited to meet the cast and producers of Will and Grace for the first time. Of course, the topic of the evil helicopter later came up in our own summit for the planning of our own wedding, and so we began to devise methods by which we might successfully avoid such an interruption from the parasites that pathetically invade people's privacy for a paycheck. I am still enamored of my first pitch, but I understand why it would have been a bad idea. The notion was this: Megan was nominated for an Emmy for the 4th year in a row, of an eventual 7, and I suggested that we ditch the Emmys and hold our wedding in secret during the awards ceremony. You have to admit that no one would have seen it coming, plus all the scumbags would have been otherwise detained, carnivorously trying to nab a shot of Doris Roberts' nip slip on the red carpet. Megan liked the idea, but ultimately decided it would have been disrespectful to play such a trick on the Academy and the Will and Grace family, so we came up with the next best ruse. Inviting our immediate families to town to attend the Emmys was easy, and we had recently purchased our first house together in the Hollywood Hills, so we simply invited 20 of our family and friends over for a casual dinner the night before the Emmys. Our guests arrived and had a lot of oohing and ahhing to do at our new digs. I call it the house that Will and Grace built because at the time Megan was in charge of things like the mortgage and I was in charge of expenses like supplying the household with toilet paper. I also believe the purchase of beer fell into my bailiwick. So we were both contributing. Nobody designs an interior like Milady, so our guests were well preoccupied with cocktails and visual splendor when we announced, "Now, friends and loved ones, will you please step into the yard, because this is our wedding." Mothers wept. There was a joy and also jubilation and some tears from the coterie in general. The evening was quite magical, with the entire ceremony taking place in front of our spectacular sweeping view of Los Angeles as our guests looked on. There was more crying, which I hope and believe were tears of happiness and not, "What the hell is she thinking?" My favorite part of the evening was how gorgeous my wife looked, as well as her willingness to make such a promise to me. To stick together as long as we were both still hanging around this big blue marble. A vow of this ilk is literally once in a lifetime if you're lucky, and I think a person's odds of being lucky in that department increase drastically if the person means that simple vow when he or she makes it. Life is unpredictable. We have no way of knowing what might befall us in the next 5 minutes, let alone 30 years down the road, but the weight a marriage vow carries is that in the face of that very uncertainty, two people are willing to promise to stick it out together. That's my favorite part. As I mentioned previously, my sensei, Shozo Sato, came to town and performed a wedding tea ceremony as part of the proceedings, which was also exceptionally special to both Megan and myself. He mixed a special bowl of green tea, from which Megan and I sipped, as well as our parents. If you ever have the opportunity to experience a Japanese tea ceremony, I can't recommend it highly enough. Sato Sensei is a master of the form, and it was a great privilege to have our hearts joined by his ministrations. The simple grace with which I had seen him excel through art and life for the 14 years I'd known him was one of the most touching ingredients in the bouillabaisse of our evening. A beautiful and rousing mariachi band finished off the perfect recipe for our tiny secret wedding. And I reckon it looks like it worked, since we're about as sappy for each other today as we were on that night 10 years ago, if not more so. People often remark to us that they're pleasantly surprised to see a marriage last as long as ours in Hollywood, which is a very sad thing to say about Hollywood. One of the main reasons I think we are succeeding has to do with our propensity to stay home and be boring. We don't get caught up in the business here in town, meaning going out all the time to parties and bars and so forth. We are unencumbered by the need to be seen. When we see a red carpet, we head the other way if at all possible. Of course, some of this silliness is necessary, as part of our work is to promote projects in which we appear, but we do try to keep even that to a minimum. We prefer instead to stay home and read books. We do jigsaw puzzles or play cards, we watch movies. We make our relationship a priority so that it will survive all of the tumult, usually good tumult, that our jobs throw into our paths. A marriage bond needs a healthy elasticity so that when one of us is suddenly touring Australia for 10 days, the bond will stretch between here and down under without breaking. We have a strict rule. We never accept any employment that will keep us apart for more than 2 weeks. In 13 years together and counting, we've only been apart for 2 weeks a couple of times, and even that sucked balls. Megan and I have both experienced the benefit of some powerfully good fortune in our lives, which I believe means that at some point we'll see some low points to balance things out, as life tends to do. I am grateful beyond description to know that when we find ourselves in those doldrums, I will have a partner as smart and funny and supportive and strong and creative and loving as my wife. Her killer set of jugs also does not hurt my feelings. Love your woman. A paean to Megan. Megan Mullally. Love time? She is the reason for the season. My best friend, my legal property, my wife. I could honestly write a book solely devoted to my wife, and maybe I will, by gum, because there is at least a volume's worth of amazing magic glistening about her person that'll thrill you to pieces, and render you extremely envious of the fact that she is, in fact, my legal possession in the state of California. Read the paperwork. Many know, adore, and rightly lust after her as Karen Walker, the gut-bustingly hilarious stack of curves on Will and Grace, one of the finest 30-minute comedy programs ever to bless our airwaves and our living rooms, but I know her by some different names, particularly around the house. Names like Gettin' Juggy With It, Queen of My Pants and the Known Universe, Pandora's Box, Venus and Then Some, Ark of the Covenant, The Bush, and of course, Stacy Beaverhouse. I met her when I was 28, working on a production of The Berlin Circle at Los Angeles Evidence Room Theater, a company we promptly joined and one to which we continue to offer our fealty. Artistic director Bart DiLorenzo, a dear friend and genius of the stage, was one of the main influences that allowed Megan the opportunity to absolutely save my life from myself. And we quickly fell into the grip of an ardor that only continues to grow, thank the pagan gods and their dogs. This chapter, then, is a song of joy, hollered directly at her beautiful face area. You check out those cheekbones? Fuck me silly. Also, if you don't already have it bookmarked, do a Google image search for Megan Mullally boobs and check out that first picture that comes up. Right? I have oft enjoyed the word paean in my reading to describe just such a song of worship, and so I thought to discover the proper pronunciation, as I had never actually heard it uttered aloud. A few different friends gave me a few different opinions, so imagine my chagrin when I learned from the internet that it is pronounced paean. Perhaps I'll just stick with Hymn of Praise. I suppose I'll start off the jamboree with a salute to another of her characters, the sexually insatiable Elizabeth in Mel Brooks' absolutely top-drawer Broadway musical Young Frankenstein. By the way, if you ever get the chance to see Miss Mullally tread the boards, especially if she's warbling a tune, run, don't walk. She makes a noise of pulchritude that would have made Ethel Merman hurl her boa to the stage in defeat and trudge off glumly to the pub. The never-ending cavalcade of chuckles that was Young Frankenstein included Megan's show-stopping number Deep Love, a roaring, throaty, filthy tribute to the rigid, trunk-like love member of the Frankenstein monster. By the end of the song, she was downstage in a single spotlight, barefoot in a torn dress, singing her tits off, as she likes to say of others, to such effect that the subsequent blackout regularly brought the audience to their feet, like they were at a rock concert. Have I made it clear that I am a fan? For opening night, I put together this little ditty in the hopes that Mr. Brooks would bring me on as a writing partner, or at least a backstage broom. Still hoping for a call, Melvin. I give you Elizabeth. Chaste in all her speech, but a terror in the sack. Like a full-force Irish gale, on her feet or on her back. The voice of sweetest songbird, with the gaiety of a fawn. Fellows brawl to rise and fall in labor on her lawn. When she shops for diamonds, or simply cuts a rug, they say that she's a handful, aye, a handful of jug. She's God's gift to men, oh, she's keen to unwrap it. When the moon is in its wane, it's held that she can snap it. So if you wear the tackle nature gave man for love, then huzzah for Elizabeth. She is heaven from above and below. My wife was born with a very unfair portion of talent. She seems to excel at whatever task on which she lays her hand. She decided to cut our poodle's hair, and an hour later they came out of the bathroom looking like they had just been drawn by someone who draws the very cutest of cartoon animals. Not content to rest on her God-given skills, however, Megan has inspired me again and again throughout our years together with her steady work ethic. For some reason, I grew up with the misconception, or fantasy really, that when a person made it in showbiz, they would no longer need to work very hard. I figured that once you hit the big time, you got to just chill in your trailer, smoking a ton of the finest weed, then head in and kill a few scenes on camera, then go meet David Lee Roth at the beach to hang out with some bikini-clad models. Ah, puberty. It sells the shit out of some Bieber records, right? Or whatever dross from the Disney factory is passing for popular music today. Anyway, it turns out that these people at the top of their respective games in the entertainment industry don't in actuality smoke much weed at all, while working 12 to 16-hour days. Because weed is a sedative. Sedatives, whilst mighty pleasing, well, they slow you down. Turns out, the time to party is after work. I saw my wife rehearse every Will and Grace scene to the point of perfection, and every song to within an inch of its life, driven by a desire to give the audience the most profound enjoyment possible. As I may have mentioned earlier, I quite enjoy hard work, but I had never seen anyone work without being flogged by a coach nearly as hard as my wife. This was a revelation. I realized that success on her level was only achievable through a gift of talent, consistent hard work to back up the talent, and a healthy portion of good luck on top of it. This is but one of the many, many lessons I have been gifted by the lady with the heavenly poonts who calls me husband. Early in our relationship, we were in New York City, where Megan was engaged in some press for Will and Grace. In a Lincoln Town Car, the vehicle of note for NYC press work, we were running maybe 10 minutes late for an appearance she was to make on Letterman, a show of which I was and still am a very big fan. My late Grandpa Ray and I used to watch Dave, and the fact that all the fancy East Coast types appreciate his dry Midwestern sense of humor has always made me feel all the more comfortable when rubbing elbows with the cognoscenti myself. That makes it quite simple to comprehend why I would be completely panicked that we were going to be late to late night, even though I was merely the husband along for the ride. Our driver pulled up to the stage door where there were 8 or 10 people on the sidewalk waiting for Megan, hoping for an autograph. Of course, I barreled through them and opened the door for Megan, only to turn around and find that she was signing away. What was this? Once she had finished giving them some of her time, which amounted to all of 2 minutes, maybe 3, she came inside and we got into the elevator to ascend to her dressing room. Once alone, I unleashed my righteous indignation. "What are you thinking? You're already late for Dave." She replied, "Darling, if it wasn't for the fans on the sidewalk and the fans in general, I wouldn't be on Letterman in the first place." Properly admonished, I stared at the lit round button that read 5B in shame. The elegance with which she has always handled herself in such public situations continues to be a master class that I attend daily. On a more personal note, another of Megan's sublime talents resides in her acumen for interior design. It's an art that obsesses her to approximately the same degree which I am enthralled by woodworking. Only she can decorate an entire room in the time it takes me to build half of a table. She has turned our home into such a work of surprising beauty that I am often caused to giggle when I trudge in from a day at the shop, covered in sawdust, at the idea that I should reside in a house as inventively appointed as this. Her color palette is intensely modern, using accents and shades that I could never have fathomed working in concert. What's more, she's an amazing collector of art, which is an attribute I appreciate very powerfully, as I am much inspired by the paintings and drawings that festoon our walls, even the ones with no naked ladies. Let's see. We've discussed beauty, talent, artistry, elegance. I see I've buried the lead. Megan's finest trait, even more apparent than the glorious volcanoes of flesh gracing her upper abdomen, is her sense of humor. She has, without question, the filthiest, most hilarious predilection for phrases and gestures that would make a sailor's cock ring blush. When we became friends in rehearsals for the Berlin Circle, I would race home from rehearsal every night to report the day's delicious blasphemy via her lips. She couldn't make a crack without mentioning somebody taking a shit on somebody's balls, or when no one but me was looking, pretending to masturbate furiously with the fervor of a cleaning lady scrubbing at a stubborn stain on a rug, only to play it completely cool when the attention of the other actors turned back upon us. She just makes me laugh like nobody else can, and has done so day in and day out for 13 years now. That's one of the many reasons they call me the lucky bastard. As a student of music myself, I have long dreamed of the opportunity to perform alongside Megan, as she regales the audience with her brand of melodiousness. Recognizing this desire in me, she has coached me over the years to strengthen my singing voice with practice and hard work, until just in the last couple of years, to my great satisfaction, I've begun singing in front of audiences, mainly in my first humorist show, American Ham. Among the songs in my repertoire is The Rainbow Song, which I wrote in 2008 for Megan's 50th birthday. I had asked, it being her 50th, if she didn't crave something fancy in the way of a gift for this milestone age, some sort of bauble or gewgaw. An aside, Megan has had zero work done. By work, I refer, of course, to plastic surgery and Botox and all the other horrors that famous, beautiful people traditionally inflict upon themselves. Let me just urge you, if you are contemplating anything in this realm, to please reconsider. There is nothing that a man or woman can do to improve upon nature. Your true self, no matter how much you dislike that self's lack of cheekbones, is the most beautiful version of you that can be presented to the world. And no amount of any doctor brutally butchering your flesh is going to buy you more adoration than simply your own personality, created by nature. And admitting that in some shitty arenas having corrective surgeries actually does show dividends, do you really want the fruits of your life's labors to increase in bounty because you have bigger tits? Mightn't you be happier in another situation, wherein you were valued for the person inhabiting the body you showed up in? Implied answer, yes. For her 50th birthday gift, Megan said, "No, nothing special, just make me one of your cards or do one of your funny dances. Or you know what? I would actually love a rainbow for my birthday. I narrowed my eyes and scrutinized her face for a time, determining that no, she was not kidding. Okay, honey, I said. Cool, sounds good. Let me make a few calls. Shitcakes. A motherfucking rainbow? I was stymied for a long time, racking my brain for some way to provide Megan with a birthday rainbow, her favorite color, by the way, and coming up short. When it looked as though all would be lost and I would fail miserably, I was saved by the late great Nina Simone and her charming song Beautiful Land, which lists the colors of the rainbow, one for each verse. Aha! I would live to fight another day. I wrote the following lyrics, and my dear friend, the wizardly mountebank Cornmo, helped me set them to some old Irish chords, creating my first song. Thanks again, Cornmo.com. The Rainbow Song. You read me my rights when you arrested me. You put me on trial and gave me life. But orange, you glad I didn't say banana when you made me your bitch and I made you my wife. You yellow, you yell when I ball a melon, but you don't complain when I cook up some smack. We're both agreeing to serve our time. If I drop the soap, I know you'll watch my crack. Please enjoy this rainbow song and this gift of leprechaun romance. Please enjoy as part of this well-balanced breakfast the lucky charms you will find in my pants. You blew me away when you sang Shock the Monkey. Your fingers inside me, let the games begin. Indigo is a tough one to pun with, but when we're apart it's the mood that I'm in. We get along so well we could never be compared to Jesus of Nazareth and Pontius Pilate. But if you'll endure the slight of calling me sir, I'll be Peppermint Patty to your Violet. And please let this song be your rainbow. I've got my Cialis so I shall not fail. Please don't deny my advances, for tonight you're going to take it in the pail. That's the butt. Please let this song be your rainbow. I made it for you, this shit cuts like a knife. Forever I'll follow this rainbow to that 50-year-old sweet pot of gold that seems to grow foxy instead of old, from which I hope to never be paroled, my angel in a centerfold. She plays more than Sousa upon my fife, my jaw-droppingly beautiful wife. Chapter 15. Finding Swanson. The secret to getting cast? Don't give a shit about the audition. The secret to that? Being happy at home, being happy in love, being happy in the rest of your life. Auditions are so depressing. There's a hallway full of dudes, and sometimes you see 3 dudes you know are fucking great, and it's horrible to see them because you think, oh, perfect, these 3 guys, they would all be ideal for this part. And then 6 other jerks, 2 of whom are your good friends, or else there are a couple of those guys who like to try to psych you out. I had this one guy, I wish I could remember his name so I could call him out in chapter 15 of my book. He's been breathing easy through this whole thing, thinking I didn't remember him, but now, here in this late chapter, I'm calling you out, bro. You know who you are, all macho and shadow boxing. Actually going outside the building and then staring me down through the window. We're actors, man. We're just actors. I'm not interested in fighting you or anyone. I didn't become a boxer or a soldier or a paramedic or a badass in any other way. I became an artist, and I'm afraid the same is true of you, using a loose interpretation of the term. It's so demoralizing. In this business that scores your abs so much higher than your enunciation, that the troglodytes can make it all the way through the filters to get a callback for a fireman pilot. Half the time, the people in the room for whom you're reading are barely even TV people. Sometimes they come from music videos or funny internet shorts, or business school, that's the worst. They might be great people, even really creative ones, no question, but their main interest is just not in telling stories. It's easy to let yourself get down in the mouth when you're going to these auditions, because half the time what you have to offer they can't even see. They don't have the right goggles. You're applying all of your powers of storytelling to a scene, with humor or tragic pathos, but they're viewing you through Coca-Cola glasses, musing over whether your role might do better demographically if you were more buff or blonde or Kardashian. It's important that you can set aside the idea that you wield an artistic agenda, as can the writer, hopefully, because the suits have an entirely different agenda, and that is to sell diapers, and pickup trucks and breakfast cereal. You're working with an entirely different box of logic than they. Know that going in, and you're ahead of the game. These are just a tiny sampling of the delights of the audition process, but never fear. Once you have the right someone to come home to, be it even a pet or a poster of Billy Jack, you can then think, I don't fucking care. I can't make this corporation more artistic, so I'll just have fun here and do my best. As soon as you can flip that switch, as soon as you don't care as much, your work becomes so much better, because you appear so much more confident. People think, hey, looks like you got something going on, buddy. After Megan and I got together, I started to religiously attend Will and Grace tapings, and I really hit it off with everybody in the cast and crew. I loved the show passionately. Being there while they were making the show was such a treat, especially watching all of these top-of-the-line professional artists doing their job so well. It couldn't have been more of a Disneyland for me, and there was also beer. They took a shine to me as well, which was awfully flattering. They had written the role of a new boyfriend for Grace, Deborah Messing's character, and they held a bit of a cattle call, which included me auditioning with maybe 20 other guys. The next day, they had maybe 6 or 8 of us back to read more. I was pretty excited just to get a call back. The next day, Wednesday, they had 2 or 3 of us back. It was to read even more new material, and I realized this was all getting pretty crazy and real. They were really looking at me. On the Thursday, they had just me back by myself, actually reading the scenes with Deborah for the producers and the director, television institution James Burrows. They said, okay, we've written some new stuff. We really love you for this character. That funny little dance you do in the elevator is really working, but we can't give you the part yet. We're still working out some business, but it may go to you. In any case, we really love the stuff you're doing. Holy shit. The next day, Friday, they called and told me that Jim Burrows had put in a call to Woody Harrelson back on Monday. They'd worked together on Cheers, and Woody had just now returned the call and said yes at the last minute. So you were great, but sorry. You know how it goes. And Woody went on and did this great part for the whole season and was, of course, awesome. There are some very good reasons that he's the big shot that he is, not the least of which are that he's incredibly lovely and charismatic and funny. So, unfortunately, there wasn't much to goddamn about. But I have to say, even just going through that experience was so thrilling and really did my confidence an immense deal of good. Just the fact that they considered me in that legitimate way was a dream come true. Later that fall, they were doing their Thanksgiving episode, and as a bit of a consolation, they gave me a small part as a plumber. I had these great scenes with Megan, and it was super fun, but I'd never done a multi-camera show before, so it was also kind of scary and stressful. Everything moves really quickly, especially with Jim Burrows, who could do it with his eyes closed, and often does. He directs by ear more than eye. It's mighty impressive. There's not a lot of rehearsal, so I was nervous and had the live audience there to boot. I was about to make my first entrance of the night, and Sean Hayes is standing by the door saying, "Okay, here it comes, get ready. Getting close. Don't fuck this up. You ready? You ready?" And making me giggle and freak out, I chased him away with as much composure, not much, as I could muster. Getting to do that role on Will and Grace was very fortifying for me. It made me feel like I could play with the professionals at the breakneck pace of a multi-camera sitcom. And getting to work with my lady, who had also quite quickly become my hero, was incredibly exhilarating. Shortly thereafter, I got cast in a Fox pilot called Secret Service. As a young actor, or really an actor of any age, starting out from scratch in LA, you have to take whatever you can get. You have to build up your union points, first to earn your union cards, and then, with cards in hand, continue to qualify for your medical and dental insurance. Eventually, when you start getting jobs and doing a little better, should you be so lucky, it's hard to break the habit and begin saying no to any jobs. I remember auditioning for and getting a guest star job on this terrible Tom Sizemore show called Robbery Homicide Division. He was some sort of heroic homicide cop? I'm not sure, I never saw it. The part was some sort of psycho beating in a small child's head with a hammer. I had gone to the audition on autopilot and booked the job. I feel like I must not have known exactly what the whole script was about when I took the audition. In any case, when it all came to light, I decided to pass on it, which was a first, but even for pretend, I didn't want to beat a kid's face in. Let somebody else spend his day doing that. It was really hard to learn that I didn't have to accept every job offered. A lot of early hopes were placed in the TV pilot basket. To roll the dice on a pilot and hope you might land on a Will and Grace or a Friends or an ER or an NYPD Blue. A great show that would pay you really well for 8 years. So I was tickled when I got this pilot, Secret Service, until they suddenly said to me, "Oh, if this series goes, it's shooting in Toronto." And Megan was like, "Excuse me? Yo, buddy, what the fuck just happened?" We were just starting to set up house with each other, and a move to Toronto was not in the cards. Thankfully, everything pointed to the show not going. I really liked the people involved, but it was honestly pretty embarrassing. It was peopled by Fox's flavor of actors circa 2001, which basically meant models playing Secret Service agents. I was the only one who could have remotely passed as a Secret Service agent, and I would have been a tiny Secret Service agent. I'm 5'10.5" and maybe 200 pounds, which on this Fox show made me the fat guy. This was a great example of how real life can unexpectedly supersede casting dreams. I finally won the actor lottery and booked a pilot, and because of the love in my life, I didn't want it to go to series. I continued to describe myself as a slowly rolling snowball. I was still getting TV jobs, as I had become good friends with a lot of the Will and Grace writers, who were some of the best comedy writers working. A couple of them ended up gratifyingly writing me parts in new pilots they were working on. One of them wrote a new pilot and wrote me a very specific and hilarious series regular role on his show. I went through the audition process, which was kind of a cakewalk for once because it was written specifically for my particular sense of humor. The part was a weird Navy intelligence guy in D.C. I don't usually have my mustache. I know people now know me with my mustache, but clean-shaven at the time, I thought this guy should have a kick-ass mustache. So I was sporting some fresh new whiskers, as I am wont to do, and I cruised all the way to the final network test to get the job, which was for CBS. I arrived at the test, and there were some other great actors there whom I knew, but I thought, I got this. There's nobody here like me, and it was written for me. I did the audition, and reportedly, Les Moonves, the head of CBS, said after I left the room, "This guy's good, okay. But I'm not really feeling the mustache this year." And my friend, the writer, said, "Okay, he could shave it." Les replied, "Well, we've got a couple of weeks left before we need to cast this part, so let's just see if we can get someone with a little more juice." That is an exact quote. Network executives like to throw around terms like juice and heat. 8 days later, they gave the part to an actor apparently dripping with the stuff, Mr. James Vanderbeek. That's right, gentle listener, it was Dawson from Dawson's Creek. So we've come full circle once again. Hakuna Matata. I was getting these nice shots at success with some frequency, but I was consistently losing to douchebag corporate decision-making like that. I have nothing bad to say about Mr. Vanderbeek, who does fine work. But when a comedy role written for me is handed to a heartthrob from a young adult soap opera on the WB, a very different type than myself is what I'm driving at, I'm going to find that upsetting. I don't care if it's James Vanderbeek or Ryan Gosling or Anthony Hopkins. But that's the business. For the record, I have lost no jobs to Gosling or Hopkins. Yet. Eventually, one learns that many of the jobs for which one is rejected turn out to be incredibly bad experiences in one way or another anyway, which allows one to be more unaffected by the guys who don't feel like a mustache this year. So, I continued to plug away. I was getting good parts in delicious Sundance movies, also known as really intelligent independent films. I was becoming slightly more known around town as a dependable character actor, and that went a long way toward supporting my artistic morale. I was able to maintain my confidence thanks to little signals here and there from the universe. One evening, Megan and I were strolling along the beach in Malibu, enjoying the tickling of our toes in the surf, when we unexpectedly happened upon none other than Gary Shandling. He and Megan exchanged greetings, having been previously acquainted, before she introduced me to him. I was, and am, a very big fan of his, so I was hanging back a bit. When I stepped forward to shake hands, ankle-deep in the gentle Pacific swell, Gary looked piercingly into my face and asked if I was in the business. I replied that I aspired to be so, and he said, "Stick around, you've got something." Such random moments of generous magic would feed me through months and years of artistic starvation. Whenever I would even begin to think about changing paths, Shandling would appear in my mind's eye, reassuring me to stay the course. I went to an audition for Deadwood and met David Milch. After reading the delectable script, I literally said to him, "Where the fuck have you been? I've been looking for this show for my whole life." We got along, and I got this really great part in the second episode of the series. Unfortunately, I got killed by Wild Bill. Spoiler alert, he shot me in the belly at the end of the episode. Still, to this day, it's one of the best dramatic items I have on my actor's reel. That moment in Milch's embrace fed me for 5 years. Receiving the approbation of an artist of his ilk went a long way toward bolstering my persistence. Around this point, something started to seem weird to me. I was reading for a lot of dramatic stuff, but not much comedy. As a theater actor, one generally engages in whatever's in the season that year. You'll do a Shakespeare, you'll do a Sam Shepard, then you do a Fado farce, then some August Wilson, or Martin McDonough. You're facile. I love doing comedy as much as I love drama and everything in between, but it began to dawn on me more and more that people really want to compartmentalize you in Los Angeles. They want you to be a specialist. They want you to do comedy, or play tennis, or speak French, but they don't want you to do all three. I started griping to my agents. I should mention that right around the time I met Megan, I moved to a slightly bigger agency, the redoubtable Silver Massetti and Zatmary, and I started griping to them. Ben Stiller just did this movie with all these weird, funny male models. I never even heard about an audition. This other movie was all firemen. There wasn't one guy out of 37 firemen that I could audition for? Just as I was starting to grouse in earnest, I ended up landing a part on the George Lopez sitcom. A great director named John Pasquin cast me on George Lopez as Randy, which was a little bit of a leap of faith since I didn't really have the character nailed down. He and I played around with it on set, and he even had me try it with an Irish dialect for fun with a touch of the leprechaun. We finally dialed it in with this silly sort of bombastic dumb guy voice. On the show, I was dating and then got engaged to the great Belita Marino, who was playing George's mom, Benny. Randy was this much younger, weird trucker type who was really silly and great fun. I ended up recurring for a couple of seasons and had an absolute blast with the good people over there. Coincidentally, Sandra Bullock was one of the executive producers on that show, and I'd known her for a couple of years because she's old friends with Courtney Valenti, Pat Roberts' wife. She was in their wedding party, as was I, and we had run into each other over the years socially. I had done a small role in her movie Murder by Numbers, in a small cop scene that got cut down to an even hilariously smaller appearance. Up close, it's easy to see why she's such a success, because she's always having fun. She did an episode of Lopez as my obsessive ex-girlfriend who was also blind. We ended up doing this really hilarious episode together that had a bunch of clowning and physical comedy in it, which was really a blast and felt like another few rotations of the snowball. A short while later, she and John Pasquin were doing a movie called Miss Congeniality 2, Armed and Fabulous, and they were trying to find an unknown actor, meaning cheap, to play the main bad guy. In other words, it wasn't a great enough part to spend their budget on any juice. So I had to jump through some hoops and do some auditions for the studio, but I ended up getting this part, which was incredible for me. This great guy and superior actor, Abraham Ben Ruby, was my brother, and we were your classic simple and scary thugs. We had such a gas in a bunch of scenes with William Shatner and Sandra, shooting all around Vegas, in and out of the casinos. At the end of the film, spoiler alert, Sandy ends up beating the shit out of me across the casino floor at Treasure Island. Everything about that job was a dream. But the best part was that I had won the role from my work, further solidifying my snowball. Shortly thereafter, I got a nice part in this movie Sin City that Robert Rodriguez and Frank Miller made, based on Frank's graphic novel series of the same name. This came about from a really random audition recorded on video in a room at the Four Seasons, so I never met the directors until I went to shoot it. But I think it went well because things were kind of starting to roll now. I was making a nice living as an actor, still working in TV, guest star stuff, and more small film jobs. My woodworking was going great. My work and home life made me happy, which then helped me land more and better work, which made me even more happy and confident, and so on. In 2005, I did this movie called The Go-Getter, written and directed by Martin Hines. It's such a sweet, beautiful movie, and I'm going to plug the shit out of it right here. It's one of several films I've done that went to Sundance, but apparently the timing wasn't just right, because it should have been a total hit. Premiering a film at Sundance is a huge victory in itself, by the way, especially considering that just shooting a feature film to completion and affording and surviving post-production until you have a 90-minute work of art that you're proud of, well, let's just say that a film must surmount a row of hurdles immeasurably long and high in order to even reach a movie screen in the first place. This film, The Go-Getter, has Zooey Deschanel and Lou Taylor Pucci and Jenna Malone, all doing exquisite work as the beautiful young people that they are, not to mention Maura Tierney and Bill Duke in great supporting turns. I went in to read for this little part in the movie, and this is something I did a lot. If I was reading for one or two smaller scenes, like the guy at the bus stop or the guy at the hardware store or what have you, I'd go through the script and see if there was something else I could reasonably do. Then I'd go in and say, I've prepared the bus driver, as requested, and also the thug at the end with the baseball bat, if you'd care to also see me essay that role as well. At the Go-Getter, I was reading to play the shitty night manager of a shitty hotel. It was a really fun scene, and it went really well, and they were happy. I then said, I don't mean to be an asshole, but I also prepared the role of the Potter. Can I try that? And Hines, the director, a bit befuddled, said, yeah, sure. In his mind, he was thinking, this audition for the night manager was the best one we've seen. I love this guy already. So when I asked about the other thing, he was a bit confused. I then fortunately did an audition for the Potter that he also really loved. I left, and as he told me later, he thought, oh boy, what do? I love him for both parts. He went back and forth between the two, and finally the producer said, well, give him both parts then. I was working in my woodshop when he phoned to tell me that he wanted me to do both parts. According to him, I then said, excellent. What else you got? And he laughed and said, everything's cast except I need an accordion player and a trumpet player, but it's a small part, kind of non-speaking. And I said, according to Martin, I've got your accordion player, and I play a little trumpet. To which he laughingly agreed. The accordion player was Cornmo, and Martin ended up using both him and his kick-ass song Angel in the film. So I ended up with 3 parts in the movie, and we have remained great friends on top of it. It's a beautiful movie. You should see it tonight, preferably with a date, and I guarantee you won't be sorry. The Go-Getter, ladies and gentlemen. I had found my stride. I could go into casting sessions with confidence, knowing that my weirdness was appealing to the right people in the right way. I had cottoned that it was only going to be every 30th director or so who was going to get me, because the other 29 were looking for tits or blonde hair or fast talking, or I don't know what, juice? You just have to find the people who are on the same page as you are. To my great delight, Megan then got cast in Mel Brooks' Young Frankenstein on Broadway, so we went to live in New York at the drop of a hat. I'd always wanted to live there anyway, at least for a spell. I was frankly tickled pink. I took a bag of tools, as I knew I was going to find a shop and build my first canoe. While there, I ended up doing this movie with Ryan Gosling and Kirsten Dunst called All Good Things. It was a really interesting, cool project, directed by smarty extraordinaire Andrew Jarecki, who once again cast me off of a videotaped audition. I am still awfully grateful for the continued votes of confidence like that which kept me in the game. A whip-smart friend of mine from the Chicago days named David Cromer, who has since become a very successful Broadway director, had a musical called Adding Machine at the Minetta Lane Theater downtown. It was a great show, and I ended up replacing a guy, the handsome Jeff Still, for a couple of months. It was such a savory musical, easily the best thing I saw during my time in New York besides Young Frankenstein. It boasted incredibly original music by Joshua Schmidt, as well as a succinctly scripted book, adapted by Schmidt and Jason Loweth from the 1923 play by Elmer Rice. Once again, my Chicago theater community was paying dividends, this time in the form of an exceptional musical in New York City. Especially exciting because I had been given to understand that if one can make it there, then one can make it anywhere. Right before New York, I had been cast in another indie movie called Patriotville, a fine title later changed to the terrifically generic Taking Chances. Rob Corddry was the main bad guy. He played the mayor of this town, and I was his sheriff. Now, I was a huge fan of Rob's from The Daily Show, and I was really quite starstruck to meet him and subsequently work with him. We had so much fun together, we two white jackasses. It was really the first time I learned that I could substantially improvise, as it was the first project I had worked on where they wanted us to make up funny stuff to augment the script. Rob and I did, along with the rest of the cast, including the resplendent Justin Long and Missy Pyle, and oh my god, he made me break, which is also known as cracking up. So hard. That guy is so wickedly smart and funny, which is now even more common knowledge since he's brought Children's Hospital into our lives. I really hit it off with Rob, and we became good friends. Later on, when I was in New York, he sent me the first scripts for Children's Hospital and was hinting pretty heavily that he wanted to see if Megan would be interested in playing the role of Chief, which of course she did. She read it. At the time it was a web series, like 5 or 10 episodes. She said, "I don't care what it is, this is the funniest thing I've read in years. I want to do this next." So thank Providence we both got involved with Children's Hospital. Casting directors after George Lopez had begun to say to me, "I saw you on George Lopez. I didn't know you do comedy." Again, it's as though they were saying, "I didn't know you specialized in identifying precious gemstones." I said, "Yeah, I perform entertainment. That's what I do. Comedy is included in that." Even Megan wasn't always considered a person who, quote-unquote, does comedy. Even after Will and Grace, because she was from the theater and not a sketch or improv background. It was unbelievable. Now, I had known Amy Poehler way back in the early 90s in Chicago, and we had remained friends across the years. Through Amy and Rob Corddry, I knew of the Upright Citizens Brigade, or UCB, theater in New York. I called up Amy and said, "Where do I start? What class do I take? What do I do?" And she said, "Well, there's a couple of shows that we do that are specially designed for actors to play in, and you don't need to know the ways of improv. Come on down." The percentage of comedy talent that comes to light today through the pipeline of the UCB is staggering. My first performance of a show they call Ass Cat included an improv cast that will blow the mind of any comedy nerd listening to this today. The show was hosted by Amy, Seth Meyers, and Horatio Sands, who then played in the scenes with Jessica St. Clair, Jason Mantzoukas, Rob Hubel, Lennon Parham, Scott Adsit, John Lutz, Tammy Sager, Brian Stack, Miriam Tolan, Paul Scheer, Christina Gauzes, Tim Meadows, Chris Gethard, Bobby Moynihan, and Jack McBrayer, for crying out loud, and I'm sure I'm even forgetting a couple. So, during my time in New York in 2007, I started doing these shows with this insane bunch of talents, and that was it. Megan came around as well, and suddenly, poof, we both did comedy. Between the UCB and Corddry and Children's Hospital, both Megan and I were suddenly welcomed into this community of comedy people. They hailed from the UCB theater and also from a show from the 90s called The State, as well as tried and true institutions like Second City, Improv Olympic, and the Groundlings. All of these people with whom I had done comedy shows in New York moved out to LA at the same time that Megan and I moved back home, so suddenly everything funny was being cast from this pool of chucklesmiths that we had sort of stumbled into. Fortunately, they welcomed us with open arms. It's a very nurturing community, unlike other artistic cliques. Looking at you, Oscar winners. There's not a lot of competition happening, so much as people stating, "Hey, I'm going to do a show, and I'm going to need 8 of you." I'm thankful I know this circle of the best, funniest, filthiest people, because I always have the best quality to choose from. In 2008, I'd just gotten back from New York, and my first audition was for a one-line part in some movie George Clooney was producing. I'd worked with him on that live ER, and he was super friendly to me. He had wanted to cast me in a small role in his movie Leatherheads, but I had had a conflict. He's known for, among other obvious things, this crazily heroic talent for remembering everybody. I saw him at a party 7 or 8 years after ER, and he remembered that we had stood around a big pot of soup backstage, singing The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald together. It had been chilly and breezy in the soundstage because they had the enormous elephant doors open, and a bunch of actors and crew standing around a steaming kettle of chowder had just felt very maritime to us. When I saw him at this party years later, he pointed at me and said, "Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald." And I said, "Well, do I blow you now, or should we step into a more private chamber?" Although George denied me the opportunity to provide him with an oral pleasuring upon that particular occasion, I decided I'd go read for this new film anyway, as I'd found out Grant Heslov was directing and I knew he was an ace. I went in to read for this one-line part, and it was just the fucking casting hallway from hell. The role was small and not great, so the assembled talent was not the finest crop of produce one might have hoped to assemble. I had prepared a bit, with a pair of glasses that I was planning to impishly remove before pronouncing my one line. It was just on tape for the casting lady, and it wasn't even the lady, actually, it was the lady's assistant. Unimpressed by my terrific bit, she said, "Are you going to do that with your glasses? Don't do that." To which I said, "You know, I've got this one line. This is the bit I prepared. I'm just going to do my bit." So I did my bit. I stood my meager ground and pulled my glasses off to say the line, and I went away, and I never heard anything further from them. A couple months later, Megan and I were vacationing up in Calistoga in the Napa Valley wine country. Out of the blue, I got a call from my agent. "Hey, you got that Clooney job, and your first scene is in Puerto Rico night after tomorrow." I said, "Oh, the one-line thing? Jesus, okay." They said, "But the good thing is that George Clooney is playing the lead. He'll be in your scene with your one line." Well, that was sounding better. The film business can be hilarious in that one day you're totally unemployed on vacation in a remote California town, and the next, a production can send a car for you to scoot you over to San Francisco so you can fly to Puerto Rico at the drop of a hat. So I flew to Puerto Rico, and I got hustled right into a trailer to be dolled up. There was a kind of buzz around the base camp, like something extra exciting was going on. I finished hair and makeup and put on my 80s Army fatigues, and I went into the room in a school where we were shooting, and would you looky here. My scene was with George Clooney and also these two other guys, Kevin Spacey and Jeff Bridges, and me, just the four of us. I thought, well, shit, I'm glad I went to that stupid one-line audition. If I ever record an audiobook, this'll make a good story. The film was The Men Who Stare at Goats, and I ended up in a good portion of the movie as a private in a platoon of psychic soldiers. Mainly, I got to stand there at attention while Jeff Bridges talked to us a whole bunch. Then we improvised a session of exploratory dance with him. If you enjoy the man's voice and demeanor half as much as I do, then you can understand how I was about as jubilant as a pig in effluvia to find myself in this freak-out of a job. I felt like a valued scout in a troop being led by George, Jeff, and director Grant Heslov. Clearly, the moral in this story was to always remember before turning my nose up at a one-liner that it could result in the unsurpassable delight of dancing with Jeff Bridges. Right about then, in the fall of 2008, the word was going around town that they were making a spin-off of The Office, and Amy Poehler was set to play the lead. Megan and I were major fans of The Office and watched it religiously. I would often remark, if I'm going to make it, if I'm ever going to get my shot, it's going to be on a show like this, in a part like Rain's. I had known Rainn Wilson for several years. We met in the late 90s, reading against each other for weird guy in the basement parts. I had always liked him, as he's such a smart, funny, sweet guy, not to mention he also comes from the theater. We had become buddies just from seeing each other at auditions so much when he got a great part on 6 Feet Under for a string of episodes. I believe this was when the world in general really noticed him, and I thought, as we all do when such a thing occurs, excellent. Well thrown, Wilson. Score 1 for the good guys. Then, not long after that, he won his role on The Office. The mighty, transcendent role of Dwight Schrute, a portrayal which I am certain nudged the Earth at least a quarter degree farther off her axis. My adoration blossomed even more when Rainn commissioned an oak trestle table from me in the style of Gustav Stickley, and then insisted on paying me 50% more on top of my suggested price, a number which had been, admittedly, too friendly. A scholar, a sweetheart, a gentleman, and a clown of the highest order. Hence, when the word came down about Amy's new show starting up, I thought, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I've got to get on this show. Allison Jones. I wish you could hear the chorus of angels when her name is recited, as I do. One of LA's most top-drawer casting directors. Her IMDb page is gobsmacking, especially for comedy. Had originally called me in years earlier to audition for the role of Michael Scott, the lead of The Office, among many other things over the years. By God, she brought me in for Parks and Rec. The creators of the show, Greg Daniels and Mike Schur, were initially reading me for a different role named Josh, and the material was just so funny and so right on the money for my sense of humor. Megan was coaching me in our kitchen, as was our habit, and we were saying, this is it. This writing, oh my God, this is it. Don't fuck this up, fat boy. We don't pull any punches in the kitchen. I had been in to read with the producers and some writers, and we were getting along great when we arrived at a hilarious day in hindsight. They had two guys come in to shoot scenes with Rashida Jones, a chemistry read, to determine how well two actors play together. The two guys were me and Adam Scott. I had known Adam for about 8 years and was a big fan, and I thought, oh great, me and Adam Scott up for the guy who gets to kiss Rashida. He's devilishly handsome and charming and funny. I'm, dry? Husky? Even my mom would cast him over me. I knew the producers liked me. I could tell they somehow thought I was special, and the feeling was powerfully mutual. A couple of weeks went by before I got the inevitable call. Sure enough, NBC had literally said to Mike and Greg, we asked you for someone in the neighborhood of Aaron Eckhart, a very attractive neighborhood. We asked you for handsome, and you hand us Nick Offerman? No. And Greg and Mike said, okay, you're right, he is really unattractive. But we really want Nick on the show. We have this other part we wrote, the part of Amy's boss, so we'd like to put Nick in that part. His name is Ron Swanson. Greg and Mike had called my agent and told us about the Aaron Eckhart news, which was not unexpected, but still crushing. I tried not to let it get to me. I had gone to Big 5 Sports to buy a jockstrap, as I have been known to do of a Tuesday, and I was in their parking lot when I got the call that it was over with the role of Josh. I went inside and glumly bought a pack of athletic supporters. When I returned to the parking lot 20 minutes later, I got the next call. But we're trying to put you in this other part of Amy's boss. Okay. Crisis averted for the moment. Now, let's get these jockstraps home to Megan. NBC said to Mike and Greg, look, we love Nick. Historically, we love to test him for pilots and then not cast him. I mean, let's be real, he's not handsome. But anyway, that boss guy should be older. They then ended up putting me through 4 more months of sporadic auditions along with every other guy in town. They looked at old guys, fat guys, skinny guys, even handsome guys, even guys with chicken pox. Love hot dogs, you name it. Everybody and their dad read for that part. NBC expanded the search as wide as they possibly could, and then slowly narrowed it again until it was finally back down to just me and Mike O'Malley, a splendorous actor, hilarious comedian, and fantastic guy. I didn't know he was going to be there, as I'd only received a call from my agent saying, okay, Amy has moved here from New York. They want you to come in tomorrow and go on tape for the network one last time, improvising with Amy, and this will be the last time. As you may have surmised, I went. I stepped out of the elevator, and there sat O'Malley. My heart sank to see a hilarious and charming, proven comedy veteran sitting there. They put both of us on tape with Amy, improvising a couple of Ron and Leslie scenarios, and we went home to wait. After all that, 5 months total, I found out the next day that I had gotten the job. And not only had I gotten the job, but they hadn't even turned in O'Malley's tape to NBC. At the end of all that network hand-wringing, Mike and Greg had obstinately only turned in my tape, which is what I believe the kids today would call a baller move. It was Mike Schur who called me with the news, and I'm not ashamed to admit that I cried. I cried like a little baby boy who has just dropped his bacon slice in a pile of cow shit. I said, "Listen, Mike, please keep talking to me, and I am so happy, but I'm just going to cry while we're talking." And I just openly sobbed for like 20 minutes while he told me this story. 3 years earlier, I had auditioned for a small guest star part on The Office. He was one of the 5 people in the room that day, and I didn't even know it. I didn't even know that I'd met him. He'd wanted me for that role, but I had a scheduling conflict and couldn't do it. Well, he liked something about me, so he went home and wrote my name on a yellow Post-it note and adhered it to the bottom of his computer monitor, where it remained for 3 years until they were creating Parks and Rec. And he said, among other things, "I want this guy on the show." I mean, come on, after reading this fucking interminable chapter about casting in Hollywood, all of the bullshit, to then have that happen to me after 12 years in town? Megan immediately hit the nail on the head when she said, if you'd gotten any of that other, less perfect stuff, you never would have gotten this. Everything happened for the reason that you were meant to get this job. All I can say is that I'm glad I stuck it out without getting sour, and I am so grateful for the opportunity to work with a collection of the nicest and smartest and funniest people I've come across. And also Jim O'Hare, who plays Jerry Gergich on the program. Having borne the pain of so many ugly casting stories firsthand, and having heard secondhand of so many more traumatic, soul-crumbling rejections, I am left with no choice now but to turn squarely into the bright sun, take a deep breath, and mind my manners as hard as I can. Let your freak flag fly. When a director, producer, or casting director reads a script, he or she then imagines their ideal actor for each role, just like anybody does when reading a book. You imagine Aragorn for yourself, and maybe yours looks like Viggo Mortensen, or maybe yours looks like your dad, or Screamin' Jay Hawkins, or Gregory Peck. When anyone reads any paginated material containing characters, then that person is required to envision the characters in some way. In casting, then, one is invariably going to develop an idea of what's right, as in, what are the right attributes, or what is the right look, or Mark Wahlberg is so not right for this, or you know who's right for the role of Susan? Molly Shannon. When you are auditioning for a role, you're essentially presenting your own opinion of the character's attributes, your choices, as rendered through the presentation of your own body and voice, through performance, to some people who will almost certainly have differing opinions from your own. And that's before you can even begin to address the matter of your skill level and your ability to communicate your opinion effectively. When I first got to Chicago, I was immediately confronted with the harsher side of the business. I got hooked up with a sweet but tough agent named Marla Garland, who undertook the gentle guidance of my fledgling efforts. I started out auditioning for plays, commercials, and the very occasional TV show or film, and almost immediately, casting people started pigeonholing me. You're a farmer, you're a plumber, you're going to play a lot of blue-collar stuff. I was fresh out of college, all bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and full of piss and vinegar, so I thought, a plumber? Go fuck yourself. I am amazing. I'm going to play an old lady, then an opium-addicted elf, Then I'm gonna play a stick and shove it up your ass, bitch. Apparently I used to engage in some pretty tough thinking. Marla tried to calm my ire and explain that these things take time and that eventually people would see that I was more than a plumber. But I was not to be mollycoddled by Marla. I was so bent on vindication that I had a headshot taken with a huge foam latex cock from the Defiant production of Big Mother in my hands and sent it to everybody in town. An audacious statement of defiance, the meaning of which no one had any fucking idea. A lot of them thought I was trying to be funny, which I suppose was also what I was trying to do to an extent. I did much better in the theater than anywhere else. After a couple of years, I became better at acting, reaching the level of intermediate, and I started getting film roles, which was exciting because there weren't that many films coming through Chicago, maybe 4 or 5 a year. I quickly learned that any kind of pandering was the wrong idea, but that it was important to simply be myself through the whole casting process. If I just presented myself as sincerely as possible, that was the best way to have a chance of getting hired. And by God, it seemed to work. 19 times out of 20, they're just not looking for you, and you have to learn to not take it personally. If the people are nice and you're prepared, then you can tell when they think you're good, and you can also tell when they think you're not good. There's a certain level of trial and error to auditioning, and you must simply try to continue to learn to behave in the way you did when they made you feel that they thought you were good. You also learn what mannerisms turn off a room, and then try to subsequently avoid those behaviors. Insincerity, especially chipper insincerity, will close down a room faster than ripping a crisp fart. The discharge of which will also, I can assure you, take some of the air out of your credibility. Save it for church. By the time I left Chicago, I was depending upon a few casting directors who were putting more and more faith in me, and having me come in for increasingly great stuff, swinging for the fences. Sure, I struck out most of the time, but that's how it goes. They were hoping, along with me, that I would get lucky and connect with one of the pitches thrown at me, and I am very grateful that they saw something unique enough in me to keep sending me up to bat. You really cannot begin to do even remotely well as an actor without casting directors who put their faith in you. And once they do, so long as you continue to do a good job, they will keep bringing you back time and time again. The few ladies in Chicago who championed me really got me off on the right foot, and after 4 years of their benevolence in that magnificent town, I had amassed a very healthy resume. That is precisely why, when I tried to transition my song and dance to L.A., I had such a shitty pill to swallow, because nobody was really interested in theater work. Some few were, and I think that's why they are the best, or the least lazy, casting professionals, because they have the wherewithal to examine and utilize the great pool of talent that exists in the small quality theater productions that LA can offer. Other than those exceptional casting pros, nobody really cared that I had done these plays. I was still able to do a good job in my auditions, but I'd lost my Chicago advantage, where people more often than not would have seen my work on stage. With or without a leg up, casting is just a brutal process for the initiate. They might be looking at 200 people or only 20 people, but either way there will almost always be a few good people competing with you. Even if you do a great job, it might not matter, because maybe they want a taller guy or a more muscular guy or a handsomer guy, and you just have to learn to bear that simple hardship. The better things began to go, the better the auditions I got, until I began occasionally testing for series regular parts on TV pilots. A pilot test is the most exciting lottery ticket one can lay hands on, because a TV pilot will generally look at unknown talent more seriously than a film will. Therefore, a person can suddenly find him or herself with a legitimate shot at a show like Friends or Girls or Mad Men or Parks and Recreation, shows that value their performers' relative obscurity, upon which fresh characters can be painted. So imagine you're living in LA in some version of squalor, chasing your dream of working on great material as an actor, whether you hope to make people laugh or cry or shit, or all three at once, my dream. And I'll walk you through the emotionally vacillating steps of a pilot audition process. First of all, these are coveted auditions, so you're a lucky son of a bitch if you are getting maybe 12 to 16 new pilot scripts to peruse. Your agent has managed to get you auditions for the casting directors of 3 shows, let's say as an alcoholic cop in one, a chubby stoner working in a Milwaukee donut shop in another, and in a third you run a low-rent law firm representing primarily softcore porn stars. That third script is clearly exploitative and terrible, so you reluctantly pass. There goes 33% of your hopes. The alcoholic cop part will string you along, stroking your imagination for 3 or 4 auditions, but ultimately break your heart when it's offered outright to Jeremy Piven, who was the guy who played that asshole agent on Entourage, which was a show that was on cable. I told you, it's a tough business. So, a few weeks into pilot season, you are left with one basket into which you must gingerly place your hopeful eggs. All of your eggs. In the one basket of the chubby Milwaukee stoner who is named Blowfish. You have been in for the casting director, and she had liked you already, so you come back in again for her, as well as the writer and maybe a producer or 2. They really like you. You get the jokes, and they let you know that they're really enjoying your comprehension of their humor. You are elated. Holy shit, this seems to be really happening. You come back a third time to read for all of them, as well as the director this time. After the reading, which is once again full of enthusiastic laughter, they tell you in a conspiratorial tone that they really, really want you to be their Blowfish. The show's creator confides, "Nobody's even coming close to getting the writing the way you are, and your voice is exactly like what I was hearing when I wrote it. Simpatico. Splendid. Seems like it's in the bag." Now it's time for your network test. This means the network executives need to scrutinize you for themselves so that they may hold your performance and your resume and appearance and demeanor and personality up against the statistical charts in their minds, a schematic of the current fashions in the zeitgeist. Sure, he's a good actor, but will the Maxim readers dig him? They have already chosen to spend a lot of money on the writing and the premise of their show, their fishhook, and now they're hoping to choose actors who will, one way or another, be as irresistible to the national audience as juicy night crawlers upon said hook. This makes these execs simply the worst audience for whom you will ever perform. They are bankers and accountants, and they are not in the room to be entertained by you. They are there to judge your worth as bait, without sentiment. They are Upper East Side ladies shopping at Barney's, and you are but one of several pairs of fancy shoes being paraded in front of them for possible purchase. It's the most exciting step in the sequence that can lead to booking a job on a television show, and easily the most unpleasant. Before you can even get into the room, however, there are a few hurdles over which you must handily spring. Firstly, the night before the test, you hear from your people that there will be 3 other guys auditioning against you. 2 of them you've become very familiar with from seeing them at the recent string of Blowfish readings, but the third remains a mystery. Your agent tells you that the network is probably bringing in a ringer. A ringer is an actor who boasts some sort of impressive television resume, indicating proven and dependable chops. A person of whom the network can say, "Well, we didn't like any of the new guys, but the kid from Freaks and Geeks is hilarious if we're in a pinch." For the last week, your agent has been hungrily discussing your quote with the network's business affairs office. This means that the network is trying to leverage the cheapest possible price for your services, whilst your agent fulminates with whatever ammunition he or she can brandish to win you, and him or her to the tune of 10%, the fattest possible episodic salary. Your deal is made before you arrive on the day of the test, so before you can take your turn to stand in judgment before the bankers, you must sign all of your contractual paperwork. The pragmatic reason for this preemptive bargaining is so that, Once the network wants you, once they are on the hook, I must have Vanderbeek, bring me the juice. James cannot then counter with, okay, swell, I would like $37 million. The problem with this deal-signing step lies in the weakness of the human will, certainly mine, anyway. Let's say this is your first time, and it's one of the big networks, say ABC. Perhaps by now you have greeted the other two guys in competition and also discovered that the mystery third man is in fact the second funniest geek from Freaks and Geeks. You arrive at the equivalent of the network's Death Star and are led sedately into a room just short of being bound and blindfolded. Alone, you are seated at an intimidatingly vast conference table, where a lawyer from business affairs quickly walks you through the signing of a thick sheaf of papers, which is when you begin to see the numbers that make you weak. You multiply the episodic salary, say $17,500, by the number of episodes, 22, then you multiply that by the number of years named in the terms of the contract, 7. Your vision immediately begins to swim with dreams of acreage in Illinois' idyllic Sangamon River Valley, and a brand new pickup truck and some of those fancy jeans like McConaughey wears. It could not be made any more plain to you that your shitty life will be 100% salvaged if this 137-page lottery ticket to which you are applying your several signatures hits. And it doesn't help matters that you are staring ravenously at 1 in 4 odds. So your head has completely flown out the window, and it is now that you are invited into the room to perform your rendering of Blowfish for the network comptrollers. Sure, there are a few friendly faces, like the casting director and the show's writer-creator, who are also busy shitting little green apples of their own. Especially the writer, as he or she watches helplessly while the corporation tries to thread disparate baits onto the hook that he or she has so lovingly and painstakingly crafted. Let's try this leech. Okay. Now the worm. Okay. Nice. Now bring in the wood grub. Oh, wow, I like this grub. I like it a lot. Do we have any other grubs? Can we look at some stink bait? Mainly, this audience is hilariously unfriendly. One guy is just typing into his laptop the whole time, never even looking up at you. One lady is holding up a centerfold of Will Smith, looking at it with one eye and you with the other. 3 besuited versions of Hugo Weaving as Agent Smith in The Matrix fix their steely gazes upon you, without apparently comprehending you as a human being who is attempting to weave a clown-like diversion for their enjoyment. The casting director gamely tries to laugh at the right moments, generously sprinkling what I call the courtesy laugh, as does the writer, when he or she is not vomiting into his or her stainless steel water bottle. Needless to say, it's a tough room. You are dismissed. You suddenly come to, finding yourself behind the wheel of your vehicle, blindly driving while replaying the audition over and over in your mind's eye, coming up with way better versions than the one you just laid, slick and steaming, on the floor of the judgment room. Speeding towards the comforts of home, or the coffee shop or the pub, you manage to keep your compulsive examinations of your cell phone to only every 24 to 28 seconds. Finally, after a couple of excruciating hours, your agent calls. This is it. Okay, you did great, but I'm sorry, it's not going your way. They didn't hire anybody, and they're not sure what they're going to do. They're talking about retooling the character a little bit, and unfortunately for you, I also think they're now going to go after a person of color for Blowfish. I heard Esai Morales. Again, I aver, do not get into this business if you can help it. The scenario I have just described is not only quite par for the course, but one is considered incredibly lucky just to have the opportunity to have one's guts ripped out so. Remember that on every level in this business, you are an artist trying to get a job at which you will be paid, sometimes incredibly well, to perform or display your respective art to as large an audience as possible. If you are a purist who would simply like to create artwork, then you can do that wherever you are, beholden to no one, without ever going through bullshit of this brand. If you dive into the pool of sharks that is commercial entertainment, then you will forever be butting heads with the corporate interests that are trying to use your art to sell sandwich condiments. And that is invariably going to be an uphill battle. When I first moved to LA, John Cusack was coming by our house to pick up a mutual friend so they could go play basketball. When he arrived, we literally heard him coming down the block because he was screaming at someone on his phone. He blew in, shook hands, apologizing with, "Sorry guys, my agent," collected our friend, and they were gone. Pat Roberts and I looked at each other and said, "Let's always remember this. You can even be John Cusack, and you're still just trying to get what you want, while the business is trying to get what they want from you." Something I continue to learn about folks, really people in every business, but this one specifically, is that we're all just people whose wants are often incredibly disparate. Knowing this and remembering this helps to keep the bitterness from encroaching on any territory in my soul. If you are as big a fool as I, and you can't help but take a crack at a potential dream life of whiskers, Scotch whiskey, and steak, at a job where you are paid to eat bacon on a regular basis, then here are some tips on auditioning, which you can choose to heed as you wish or ignore completely. Number 1. Perform wherever and whenever you can. Theater, improv, sketch, stand-up, whatever floats your boat. Practice will keep you sharp, and you never know when you'll happen upon the right place and time for opportunity to strike. Sure, maybe everybody tells you you're cute anyway, or you're hilarious, but if you also continue to hone your skills in performing, it's only going to up your confidence level in the room. Number 2. Do more than perform. Work backstage at the theater, or get work on a film set, or even a music video. Watch the masters at work, studying all of their disparate techniques for effective storytelling. Think about different ways in which you might play a scene if you were thrown on stage or in front of the camera. If you can help out at any auditions behind the camera, jump at the chance. Run the video camera or help out by reading the scene material aloud with the actors. You will be guaranteed an inordinate amount of invaluable lessons from the parade of hopefuls on what to do and what not to do, I promise. Number 3. Be yourself. Megan talks about this a lot as well. When you read the audition scene, don't ever think, what do I think these people want to see? Because that just weakens your strength, what makes you special. The only thing you have going for you is you and your unique take. What makes you and your friends laugh? That is the right way to approach any material. Megan spent years trying out different weird and funny voices at auditions, and the majority of the productions thought she was a crazy lady, until someone saw the vein of golden talent running through her hills and gave her the opportunity to create Karen Walker on Will and Grace. She never would have achieved that triumph had she lacked the guts to persevere in delivering her brand of strangeness. Number 4. Be prepared. Don't be a lazy fuck. Know your lines. Do your homework. Number 5. Eat red meat. Producers like a pelt with a healthy glow. Number 6. Don't dress like a cop when you're auditioning for a cop part. You don't need a cowboy hat when you audition for Bonanza. You're never gonna score points that way. Think about it. Well, he was only okay. I mean, he didn't really know his lines, but you know, that was a pretty sweet fucking stethoscope and set of scrubs he had on. Let's give him another look-see. The best outfit you can wear is confidence. Number 7. This is the most important, and it goes for life as well as auditions. Make your life happy. Sounds pretty simple, right? As you already know, it can be anything but simple, but check out this sweet-ass John Lennon quote. When I was 5 years old, my mother always told me that happiness was the key to life. When I went to school, they asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up. I wrote down, happy. They told me I didn't understand the assignment, and I told them they didn't understand life. When I first started auditioning in Los Angeles, I was depending upon the results of those auditions to make me happy. I quickly and efficaciously learned just how much that was a losing proposition. Even when things were going well, there just wasn't enough love involved to feed a body, which was understandable because it's simply an arena of commerce when you get right down to it. It's easy to become distracted by the beautiful people, the good times, and the swag, but ultimately it's just a business. What it is most certainly not is a life. Another John Lennon jewel. Life is what happens while you're busy making other plans. This one really hit me in the bread box. Recognizing the relative dissatisfaction that my other plans were bringing me, I immediately shifted my focus to filling in the rest of my life with whatever goodness I could muster, so that my momentary involvements in show business held much less sway. It took me a few years, but I managed to create a deliciously satisfying life, full of woodworking, theater, friends, and family, but most importantly, the love of a good woman named Megan. I cannot stress enough what a positive effect this practice can have upon your auditions, and here's the greatest part. Even if the people at the auditions are assholes and you are totally rejected, the joke's on them because you no longer give a shit. This security lends an undeniable swagger to your auditions. Gone are the days of sweating bullets through your reading because the 1 week guest star paycheck hanging in the balance would hand you the life-saving 2 months of back rent you owe. The best part of Step 7 is that even if for some reason you never get an acting job, you have tricked yourself, despite yourself, into enjoying and enduring happiness anyway. Pretty good trick. Now, let's wrap it up with a few thoughts for the people on the other side of the table, the suits at the networks. Now, I don't know if I can get through to you. I'm not even certain that you listen to books, or, I don't know, even if you have your assistants read them to you. Some of you are totally decent, sure. You tend to succeed, and you also tend to get along with your artists. A percentage of you have your heads in the right place. My beef is not with you. My umbrage is with the suits who feel the need to help the artists in the actual creation of the art. Here's my trip with you guys and gals. You and your company run a broadcasting business that is funded primarily by advertising dollars. The method by which you increase the amount of dollars coming in is to program content that engenders popularity, increasing the amount of viewership. The advertisers writing the checks to you naturally want as many people as possible watching their commercials, so if your television shows garner the most viewers, you will thereby reap the greatest amount of dollars. To that end, you try your darndest to hire writers, also known as creatives, who will bring you original gripping material so as to ensnare as many of those aforementioned viewers as possible. The brilliant men and women of whom I speak, these creatives, then fabricate entire worlds for you from whole cloth, peopled with characters of every flavor, for the embroidering of stories which will hopefully engage an audience for years to come. These writers are just about my favorite people in town, from the point of view of both a fan who is grateful for the heartwarming times they have provided me and my family and friends over the years, and an actor who directly benefits from the opportunities they perpetually create for those of my ilk to make a dollar doing work we can actually stomach. The creators envision the shows, they write the shows, they're going to shoot the shows, they make the shows. You, the suits, are, in effect, hiring a painter. You've seen their earlier paintings and greatly enjoyed them. You think that perhaps your company can sell their new paintings to America and the world beyond on your company's art channel. You run this art channel. You're a business major or a broadcasting major. You look at popular culture magazines and read newspapers and the internet tastemakers, and you evaluate charts of trends that are popping and hot. You then get in your BMW to drive over to the art studio to tell the painter that football, pulled pork, and small children in cute miniature vehicles are really happening right now. They're trending. Can the painter put some of those in his or her painting? And the painter will maybe try, because maybe the painter is contractually obligated to try, even though the painter was presumably competent enough to choose his or her own subject matter in the paintings that got him or her the job in the first place. But you don't leave it even at that. You then tell the painter what kind of canvas to use, and you stand with the painter as the painting begins, and you hand him or her brushes as you suggest changes to the picture's composition. The painter commences daubing on a cadmium orange mixed with a little primary magenta, and you say, "Hey, can we try blue, actually?" You have the temerity to tell this artist how to create his or her art, wholly forgetting an incredibly salient fact. You don't paint. I don't have to tell you. Network suits. How many millions of dollars are thrown away every year on failed pilots that are often embarrassingly terrible? All I am asking you to do here in Chapter 15b of my book is reduce your penchant for gambling by trusting your storytellers. The funny thing about the brilliant minds you have enlisted to create your paintings is that they have brilliant minds. If left to their own devices, they have the potential to paint you pictures in colors you'd never even have remotely imagined before they showed up. When you replace an actor who has been chosen by your show's creator with a different type of actor who has been chosen by a poll in Tiger Beat magazine or wherever teenage girls and boys now register their collective opinion, you are not thinking like a storyteller. You are thinking instead like a toothpaste company. You will not sell more toothpaste by adding flavor crystals or the phrase "now more minty" to your show. You will sell more toothpaste by allowing your show to be its own original animal, giving it its best chance to rise above the fray of mediocre dental hygiene programming, attracting hordes of toothpaste-consuming viewers. Then we might all have something to smile about. Chapter 16. Nowadays. Mom, I can't imagine anyone else has stuck with me this far, so I'll launch this final set of musings in your direction, and yes, I'll try to keep it light on the fudgin' sailor talk. My strangely fortunate life, as I now know it, really commenced with the advent of Parks and Recreation. But before I dive into that multicolored dream pool of magic pudding, not a euphemism, Mom, I want to describe an earlier event that has proved to be rather poignant for me. Megan and I had been living together in her West Hollywood duplex for a couple of years when we made a loose compact that we would get married at some point. We knew that we would be joined at the hip in any case going forward, but we thought it'd be nice to do the official secret handshake and whatnot, and also get our people together for a love party. We had also been talking about buying a house, moving on up, as it were, in the parlance of the Jeffersons. After some shopping around, we found an incredible house in the hills above West Hollywood, right next to Blue Jay Way, a street made legendary in a song by this cool band, the Beatles. Mom, I told you about, remember? You like their cover of Till There Was You from the Music Man. We moved in, and it would never fail to amuse me that I was coming home to this house. A home that Megan had created and designed so that it felt like a welcoming and cozy work of art. I'd pull into the garage, covered in sawdust more often than not, and just have to giggle as I stepped into the front hallway to be greeted by 3 enthusiastic poodles. Into this new life as a guy who lives in the finest abode. Soon after we got settled in the new house in 2003, which included a lovely little pool in the yard, I was dumbstruck one day to realize that I had made it. Thanks to Megan, I was a well-off dude living in the Hollywood Hills like a king. My whole life, since high school anyway, I'd had a fantasy image of what life would be like if I ever was successful enough to have a house with a pool. The dream was simple. I would smoke some weed and listen to Neil Young and float in the pool. It had snuck up on me so sweetly that I was completely flabbergasted to realize that I had all of the necessary ingredients to make that noble dream a reality. Without dawdling, I smoked some fine California herb and put Neil Young's Rust Never Sleeps on in the house, and then casually flipped the switch to pipe it through our outdoor speakers. Living the fucking dream, people. Sorry, Mom. I made a cool drink and took my leisure like a gall-danged king, reclining on a floaty raft in the pool under the brilliant Southern California sun. It was rich. I mean to tell you, it was delicious. It lasted all of 2 songs. Apparently, I was an old dog by then, a robust 33 years old, because I was not about to learn any new tricks. As I floated in the pool, blissfully reclining to Neil's admonition that it's better to burn out than to fade away, I grew restless rather quickly. I took a step back and examined my prone form bobbing upon the sparkling blue water. What am I, an asshole? What am I going to do, buy a yacht and just be some rich asshole floating on my yacht? Jesus, man, look at yourself. The sun is up. You should be getting something done. What I had learned was that I don't achieve my happiness by taking it easy, but instead by using my time and abilities to be productive. I mainly focus my productivity in the arenas of performance and woodworking, but I also prefer to be spending time with Megan and our dogs, my friends and their kids, and my family whenever I can get to them. I am thankful that I had the opportunity to learn this for myself firsthand, or otherwise I might have spent my life wishing foolishly for that stoned pool time. That day in the pool taught me that I still just want to make things with my time, but being more financially successful simply meant that I might make things whilst sporting a nicer pair of socks. Whether they're from Sears or LL Bean, I still want to get 'em dirty. Or else what am I? A goddamn layabout? A man of leisure? Fuck that. Sorry again, Mom. Until these hands give out, I believe there's work to do. When Parks and Recreation looked like it might stick around for a little while, I was faced with a choice. Close up my wood shop and lock the doors, letting it sit dark and silent until my time freed up again, or find some help to keep that beautifully shitty old warehouse cranking out sawdust and shavings. My whole life had been spent actively participating in the healthy lives of productive communities, starting with my huge family in Manuka, followed by my theater families in college and Chicago, as well as the Evidence Room family and my circle of fellow artists in Los Angeles. It only made sense that I would now create my own sphere of support at Offerman Woodshop. With my usual bounty of dumb luck, my friend Sam Moyer, an excellent fellow woodworker, introduced me to a small lady from Berkeley who had helped him install a kitchen. According to Sam, she had outworked the 3 strong men she accompanied that day. This was hard to believe when I met Lee, since she is about as tiny as my bride. Welp, I've been wrong before, and the smart money's on my being wrong again. Lee regularly outhoists me, and I'm not a weakling by any stretch. Beyond her brute strength, far beyond, she comes ready-made to administrate a shop with an almost eerie specificity. A lifelong woodworker, she's worked for years at San Francisco's Exploratorium, an extremely progressive think tank laboratory of a museum that has been scientifically challenging and educating its visitors for more than 40 years. As if museum-level meticulousness wasn't enough, she then took some further learning from the venerable College of the Redwoods in Fort Bragg, California. in a woodworking program created by famed furniture master James Krenov. And she's strong as a mule, also known as two Offerman boys. Lee has become so valuable to me that I would gladly exchange my right hand before losing her, and bear in mind, that's my burger-flipping hand. I immediately made her my new shop manager, and together we've collected a charming fellowship of elves that is ever-shifting and always learning. A wonderful aspect of having a few heads in the shop at any given time is the different perspectives we all can bring to problem solving. I look forward to all of my fellow OWS craftspeople surpassing me in experience, so that I may begin to dotter in my age and lean upon their superior know-how. Any minute now. I greatly admire these peers of mine for the courageous choice of devoting their lives to making exceptional pieces in wood, even though it's terribly difficult to eke out a living as a craftsperson. This is a shameful state of affairs, but it is all too real in our modern consumerist economy. At Offerman Woodshop, we are doing our best to help foster the rebirth of handcrafted goods into the mainstream of middle-class furnishings, but there is a long way to go. We make everything by hand, meaning we will never employ computer-driven fabricating tools such as a CNC router or a 3D printer. Furniture by robot is the opposite of what we're after. Factory furniture is only better in that it makes the manufacturer more profit for cheaper prices, but you get what you pay for. In every other way, our products are vastly superior, made one at a time with love and skill. I'm proud to be a part of this movement of noble handcrafting, which I believe will strengthen our society immeasurably, or at least to the point where we're not dependent upon foreign manufacturing to make our furniture and clothing and many other items, all of a quality that renders them disposable. When we make you a table at Offerman Woodshop, we intend for your family to enjoy it for a couple of 100 years at least. Now compare the prices again with that in mind. While the elves are having all the fun with the shed full of tools over at Offerman Woodshop, I'm toiling away at my pesky dream job at Parks and Recreation. A job that feels like toil about as much as a muskrat feels like a jellyfish. What can I say about this playground which Mike Schur and Greg Daniels have built, where I can be rewarded with money and food for the hardship of watching Amy Poehler and Aubrey Plaza stare each other down like two beautiful gladiators in a battle of mighty comedy wills. Each and every cast member makes me laugh with an unadulterated delight. Amy, Adam, Rashida, Aziz, Aubrey, Rob Lowe, Retta, and Chris Pratt. Every single one. There is no one else associated with the cast who merits my admiration. I could never leave any of them out. Jim O'Hare, who plays Jerry, is also a member of the cast. Pratt is my special favorite, which I believe is also the case for most of, well, the human population. His hijinks, more than any others, leave me peeing in my britches with consistency. It's all completely stupid, by the way. The beauty of our jobs is that we're allowed to behave in a juvenile manner of an ilk that the rest of polite society has been forced to eschew because of a development called maturity. To wit, one day we were shooting the episode Two Parties, and all the boys were at the freaky aroma bar called Essence, where every cocktail comes in some crazy form, like a mist or a lotion or a flash of light. Pratt's character, Andy Dwyer, received a beer that he ordered, which was inexplicably in the form of a sphere of cotton candy. Pratt proceeded to sculpt a vagina in his cotton candy, which, it must be noted, is not the easiest medium for sculpture. It was very masterful, by the way. He's a talented visual artist with an apparently intimate knowledge of the female genitalia. He then proceeded to subtly display his cotton candy vagina to the rest of us, nibbling and licking it for our edification as we all tried to maintain a straight face, because we were on camera performing our scenes. By the end of the take, he had eaten the entire sphere, maybe a ball with an 8-inch diameter. That's a fair amount of sugar to put in a lad, even a large boy like Christopher. Well, you get along to the 6th or 7th take and you realize that there have been 6 or 7 more balls of cotton candy with subsequent vaginas, all dutifully consumed by Mr. Pratt. Now it's go time. When he gets sugared up, he completely becomes a 5-year-old, in terms of hyperactivity and volume and hilarity, which has not escaped the notice of our producers. I have not had this confirmed, but I believe every 3rd or 4th script finds Andy Dwyer in close proximity with some form of candy or cake or other sugar-based item. Pancakes with syrup, a bowl of Skittles, several racks of pork ribs slathered in sweet barbecue sauce, you name it. Seems like something more than coincidence to this investigator. Whatever the provenance, nobody's complaining, because Candy Pratt is better than any cartoon, and I've seen the Ren and Stimpy show and the Big Snit. So the day was really fun and long, which just translates as more hours of fun, until we finally finished up the shooting at an ice cream parlor, again with all the boys, bachelor party style. Everyone got to order his ice cream of choice, which didn't really suck as far as things you have to do at work. But here's a bonus tip for aspiring actors. Whenever you get to enjoy an indulgence in a filmed medium, just remember that you might have to enjoy that treat as many as 20 times in a row, once per take. I can't tell you how many times I've made myself green in the face by deciding to smoke heavily throughout a scene, only to be ready to go gills up by the 4th take. You want to take it easy. With that in mind, I asked for 1 little scoop of butter pecan in a sugar cone. My plan was to eat just the small scoop of ice cream and none of the cone, so I'd end up with a nice dessert of maybe 6 small scoops of ice cream. Rob Lowe and Adam Scott, sagacious veterans, chose to just barely nibble at theirs so they wouldn't be forced to overeat if the scene ran long. They chose wisely, as it turned out, as we ended up moving the camera a couple of times with 6 or so takes per camera position, so your author ended up eating 21 small scoops of ice cream. I was pretty happy, honestly, with about the first 14 scoops or so, but then they began to hurt. The price of showbiz. If I was feeling beyond bloated, I can't imagine what discomfort Pratt was enduring, having chosen a large scoop of strawberry in a waffle cone, 1 per take. His 7th or 8th sugar buzz of the day kicked into high gear, which made the literally creamy vaginas he was now sculpting into his strawberry treat even more hilarious. Bear in mind that an ice cream cone involves tongue work rather than sculpting by hand, which was the case with the cotton candy. I thought I was going to need hospitalization. He was making me giggle cry so deep and long. And it is for performing activities like this that I receive a healthy salary. How could I ever lose sight of what a lucky son of a bitch I am? This acting job has literally put more bacon in my belly than any butcher shop. It has caused more Lagavulin whiskey to course through my veins than any well-stocked public house. I miss my time at the shop, but my role of Ron Swanson only requires my presence on an average of 3 days a week, which leaves me 2 days at the shop. We even shot an episode at my goddamn shop, titled The Possum, in case you're curious. At the time of this recording, we have completed 90 glorious episodes and are gearing up to produce another 22 this coming season, which will be called Season 6. I have met a lot of great writers in my day, but I could never have dreamed that I would run into writers like Mike Schur and his gang of smarty pantses. If you like Ron Swanson, then imagine how I must feel when I open a new script and see lines of dialogue like, "When I eat, it is the food that is scared." It's like Christmas every week, if your folks got you a present every week that was better than your fondest wish. How an ignorant kid from Manuka who likes to crack wise could end up with such an unbelievable bounty of good luck is certainly beyond me. I do my best to keep my karma in check by working hard and minding my manners. It's easy to do when I see so many, About 130, give or take, people on our crew, busting their humps around me every day, without the pleasurable benefits of delivering delectable jokes like mine, nor being fed bacon and steak at every turn. By now, I am well satisfied with the experiences I have been afforded as an actor. If folks continue to let me befoul the air of their theaters and film sets from here on out, I'll be quite grateful, but at some point I imagine they'll have had their fill of my particular brand of wolf bait. When that happens, I'll simply be afforded more time in my woodshop, a situation that I believe is referred to as win-win. On top of that, I recently discovered a new sideline in which I might be allowed to continue cutting my cheese, that of humorist. Never in a Google years did I dream that I would perform for audience as myself, not to mention playing the guitar and singing without irony. But when a couple of American universities invited me to come entertain their students, I decided to take a crack at it. They let me finish all of my material, which I take as a high compliment, and by now I've performed at dozens of colleges and also beautiful theaters and even some crappy theaters all over the country. It's a great deal of fun, and I don't have to memorize any lines, plus I don't have to build any scenery. In truth, this book only came about because of my first humorist show, American Ham, which, when witnessed by some people in my corner, caused them to tell me, "That show sounds like your book." So I thought, alrighty then. One of the greatest aspects of touring as a humorist has been the opportunity to experience fans in a way I never had before. For example, at Iowa State University, there was a healthy contingent of tailgating in the parking lot before my show. Several grills were busily engaged in the creation of Ron Swanson-themed meat items. What was this? Despite my need to prepare for the show, Mom, I couldn't help but follow my nose, in a meandering search that led to the clutches of students happily shoving bacon and turkey legs and steaks and burgers, not to mention noble beers and estimable Scotch whiskies, into their beautiful pie holes. It was a privilege to shake their hands, and an even greater honor to be handed a jalapeno cheddar bacon cheeseburger, with which I handily stuffed my own gob. I told them that this must be the most charismatic fan interaction ever, in which they were providing me with the fuel which I would then shortly burn in the entertaining of them. Mother, as you know, when I first met Megan working on the Berlin Circle at the evidence room, one of her numerous top-drawer selling points came quickly to light, her singing voice. Bitch got pipes, as I believe the kids are saying these days in their hipster parlance. Early in our acquaintance, I asked her what her singing was like, and she quietly sang "In the Gloaming" into my ear with a bit of whispered tremolo that delivered but the first of Cupid's many darts to my ursine heart. I came to understand that she sang in many different flavors and styles and mediums, from rock clubs to Broadway, and I fell head over heels for her voice just as I was becoming soundly smitten with the rest of her. She has a few records available with her band Supreme Music Program, which make for truly beautiful listens, upon which she favors story songs, or ditties with a bit of narrative, in other words. Tom Waits, Bobby Gentry, Patty Griffin, Randy Newman, John Prine, Brecht Weil, Dolly Parton, George Jones, and Jack White are just a sampling of the artists whose songs she covers, with her reimagined dramatic renderings of each number. It is, simply put, damn good shit. Mom, sorry, I give up. In 2011, Megan and I were in Austin, Texas, shooting a film called Somebody Up There Likes Me with our friend, writer-director Bob Byington. Bob had cast a local Austin actor who had garnered some notoriety for her work in the superlative television series Friday Night Lights, by the name of Stephanie Hunt, as one of the alluring young ladies in our film. Inadvertently, Megan and Stephanie found themselves in a car one afternoon, and Megan asked her to sing one of her ukulele songs that we had heard about. Stephanie replied that she would oblige, but only if Megan joined her in the chorus. So they sang a song in close harmony, and they immediately sounded so good together that the PT Cruiser in which they sat turned itself into a GMC Yukon. These ladies could sing. Thus was a new legendary force of female entertainment born, the duo that calls themselves Nancy and Beth. These two ladies sing close harmony and perform choreography by Megan with such elan and goddamn pizzazz that it's all the audience can do to keep their seats. So toe-tapping and finger-popping is the nature of the noise they make. You've seen 'em, Mom, you know. At some point, our two forces combined, a la So Much Chocolate and Peanut Butter, so that we began to perform tour dates together. I'd crack wise and play my silly songs, then they floor the audience with talent and an overabundance of feminine kapow, and then we do some songs together. Between these joint shows and our work together on stage, on TV, and in film, Megan and I have come to feel like an old-fashioned showbiz couple, an almost vaudevillian comedy team, which really knocks me flat. Singing in her vicinity feels like showing off my backhand to Venus and Serena Williams, but I give it the old college try nonetheless. Our mutual affection is surely on display, and that brings some production value with it, upon which I can lean when necessary. Performing in this way has been one of the most unexpected pleasures of my recent years, and it's a gig I hope I can hang on to for a long time to come. As you can see, my dear mother, all things considered, my only gripe these days is wishing for more hours in the day. I've figured out and lucked into how to have so much fun at work that it has become my main vice. After spending years trying to find opportunities to perform for more and more people in my own style, I have now stumbled upon a moment where I can fill up a calendar year with such employ. Knowing all too well the fleeting nature of my business, my inclination is to strike whilst this here iron is a-heated, but too much of that will cause me to neglect the balance in my life. Therefore, while continuing to entertain folks when I can, I also do my best to see my family and friends, and also just to spend some time doing nothing, lounging about with my wife and dogs, making sure we don't burn the candle too virulently at both ends. It's a challenge sometimes, being faced with too many tempting opportunities, which is what we call in our house a champagne problem. More often than not, I have found beer to be an effective solution. But I guess Dad already let you know about that, didn't he, Mom? Go outside. I'm assuming my mom thought the last chapter was the end, so now that she's gone to bed, let's fire up the real final chapter, motherfuckers. Pack that shit up full and give me a match. Some cool weed talk for you there. In case I haven't gotten it across to you by this point, here's my trip. I'm opposed to a lot of the time that we as a civilization have come to spend looking at screens. For my money, life is much more delicious damn near every place but inside that screen. Take film. I go see films that I think I'll like, starring and shot and written by women and men toward whose work I am favorably inclined. I don't see a lot of films. Taking in a film with Megan on a date is a delectable treat, and then I don't care as much what's on the screen, but still. Take TV. I don't regularly watch TV as an activity. I find a show I like, be it Deadwood, The Wire, Bob's Burgers, or Breaking Bad, and I watch the shit out of it, on my own schedule, which is a luxury afforded us by modern technology and broadcast systems. My favorite method by which to consume a series is by acquiring said program in its entirety and watching it on a vacation binge with Megan. Hole up in a hotel someplace with a view of the ocean or the forest or the desert and indulge. Drink deep and long and then have done with it. Take the internet. Is it an insanely amazing information system? Duh. It's the insanely amazingest, easily. The world in which we now exist, especially within our minds, has been so irrevocably altered by our collective ability to access virtually any information in existence with a few well-chosen keystrokes. The World Wide Web is a resource that I use with some regularity to answer questions. When working on a canoe, for example, I regularly visit the Builders Forum that Glenn Smith runs at the Bear Mountain Boats website, where all of my questions tend to find an answer or three. The various conversations in that chat shed are fascinating to me, and if I'm not careful, I'll catch myself reading correspondence well beyond the information I sought in the first place. So believe me, I understand how fiendishly the internet can tempt a body to indulge in diversion from one's responsibilities, more commonly known as iniquity. Idle hands are never the devil's workshop more than when those recumbent mitts are resting upon a computer keyboard. And that's just the internet. I do reluctantly use Twitter to communicate information to the folks who seem interested about humorist tour dates and film screenings and new releases from Offerman Woodshop, because it's an incredibly effective way to reach an audience directly. That doesn't seem particularly foolish to me. I even add some occasional ribaldry and eye candy to my dispatches to keep the flypaper a little sticky, if you will. Yes, I am comparing my fans to flies, but only in the most poetic of fashions. In truth, I imagine they are, for the most part, jackasses, as are we all, to a similar or slightly lesser extent than myself. I digress. What I am driving toward, with all due haste, is the simple, comforting message that spending time outside in nature, to my way of thinking, is a much more gratifying diversion than anything one can engage in upon a screen. "Hang on, guy," you interrupt. "Don't you make your living through people looking at screens?" Yes, adroit listener, indeed I do. Nicely observed. And I sincerely hope that each and every one of you watches and enjoys Parks and Recreation and Children's Hospital and my films as well. I know that not all of you will see it all, and if you do, not all of you will enjoy all of the content because people simply have differing tastes. How else do you explain feta cheese? Ugh. In any case, I only work on material that I think is well worth people's time and that I would be proud to display upon my resume. So, I'm not suggesting that you never watch filmed entertainment. No, far from it, in fact. I'm suggesting that you only watch programs containing my wife or myself. Have a good laugh on us, perhaps rewind a few of your favorite moments, and then get your ass outside. When I'm at my family home in Illinois, we love to visit the old towpath along the Illinois and Michigan Canal. It's as picturesque there as any postcard, brimming with wildlife and all the local flora that we find so charismatic. There are other gorgeously appointed state parks we love to frequent, champing through the woods, exclaiming our pleasure at nature's grottos with all the gusto of Theodore Roosevelt. We also love to vacation in Minnesota, as I've mentioned, where our main activity is to float ourselves out upon a lake in a boat or pontoon, fishing, sure, but really the fishing is just an excuse to sit on blue water in the middle of verdant green forest, packed with both deciduous trees and conifers, beneath Mother Nature's gorgeous and vast sky, often quilted with cumulonimbus confections. My folks and my siblings and I have always loved to ramble about any part of the planet on foot, but we seem especially drawn to scenery that juxtaposes water with the woods. I believe that makes us Midwesterners. It seems worth mentioning that we are a pretty mellow bunch who don't seem too affected by stress, and I can't help but see at least a slight cause and effect happening here. Many people react adversely when I suggest venturing into nature of any sort, sometimes stating without shame that they don't want to get dirty. I tend to stare silently for a moment in response, containing my disappointment, before calmly explaining to them that getting dirty is the whole point. If you're getting dirty, that means that you have traveled to where there is no pavement. When you sojourn into such terrain, you greatly up your chances of experiencing some full-on wild nature. I reckon it's not for everybody, but everybody is not penning this tome about fundamentally delicious living. I am. I am personally opposed to the recent development that positions young parents so violently apposite to germs and dirt in general. I have enjoyed a life of terrific health, knock wood, while remaining generally filthy most of the time. Every time I have the opportunity to eat some food that has fallen on the ground, especially in an airport bathroom, I jump to it, in the firm knowledge that I am solidly fortifying my immune system. The cleaner we keep our children, the weaker they will become. One man's opinion. Also, most bugs are pretty tasty. Finding yourself a spot by a creek or under a tree or atop a butte or along the shore where you can sit and look and not think brings a peace that not even the most mellow of Enya tunes can achieve. Enya made some records in the 80s and 90s that were super cool and mellow, you guys, and she's still at it. Anyway, seeing sunlight dapple the leaves of a tree whilst a breeze plays across those same leaves, weaving endless permutations of imagery and soothing sound, is going to do you some good, is all I'm saying. When I spent some beautiful days in the mountains of Japan, I was quite taken with the philosophy of the Shinto discipline. In short, it is a form of spirituality that links the indigenous people to their past generations, as well as nature. Hiking in those mountains, we came upon exceptional examples of nature's beauty, such as an ancient oak tree or a waterfall, which would have been distinguished by the Shinto priest with a white ribbon, to communicate the exceptional power of the spirit in this special object or place. I felt much more akin to that expression of sacred than I have ever felt to the trappings of a Western church. If you incorporate hiking or cycling into your robust, chill trip, so much the better. Clocking yo cardio and peeping dopiaries is how some of the modern skateboard enthusiast kids might describe this practice. Dopiaries are, of course, dope-ass topiary bushes. Obviously, topiary work requires landscaping, which indicates civilization, so we would tell those deaf street sprouts to head a little deeper into the wild. Now, let's kick that shit up a notch. Get yourself a kayak or canoe. I don't even care if you don't craft it by hand out of wood. I don't. You should at least make your own paddle, though. That's not asking too much. Now, get out on the water and view all of the same exquisite scenery from a silently gliding watercraft. One mighty advantage to the small boat is your stealth factor. Whilst cruising downstream in small California rivers or cutting a swath across a Minnesota lake, I have happened upon critters quietly drinking at the banks with great frequency. If you think that a doe and a couple of fawns standing a few yards away watching you float by, or a beaver swimming along with a willow branch for its front porch won't chill you out and heal the hole that getting too many emails is eating in your brain's ozone layer, then your thinking parts might be in need of repair. Can't lay hands on a boat? Get an inner tube. Use your noggin. String together some shipping pallets and float them on 4 or 5 gallon water cooler bottles. Set a couple of lawn chairs on top, I might screw them down, and take a leisurely and restorative voyage upon the King's Barge. Besides the enjoyment in getting one's britches both wet and dirty, such marine trips are incredibly inexpensive to produce. If you're dealing with moving water and you're not a complete ignoramus, you can have a rather perfect afternoon for the price of those Guinnesses in the cooler. Finally, the most delicious combination I have found in life is created by bringing your romantic love into your rustic constitutionals. Experiencing all of the naturally exquisite features described above, hand in hand with your beloved, cannot be topped. Except maybe by encountering the same setting while 69ing each other. That might just be the most truly delicious living. Megan and I love to hike in all terrains, sometimes with the dogs, sometimes with a bottle of wine, and yes, sometimes mouthing each other's genitalia. We have a regular excursion in Northern California that culminates in a breathtaking stretch of coastline, where we powerfully savor the view, the elements, and the company. At the end of the tale, I can't imagine you'd ever wonder why they call me the lucky bastard. Paddle your own canoe. Siddhartha said, "Life is like a river. The thought of watching it pass me by causes me to shiver. So I grab life by the balls. I got some advice to deliver. Get off your caboose, paddle your own canoe." Young Teddy Roosevelt was a weak little puss, but he exercised and became quite an ornery cuss, till he could whoop 2 bears and also Cuba without a fuss. By God, number 26 paddled his own canoe. You like to smoke some reefer and you like to dance. The preacher tells you to keep your pecker in your pants. But the preacher'd be kissing your nephew, given half the chance. He can go to hell, then you can spend your Sundays paddling your own canoe. I might have mentioned Jesus Christ himself got high in my van. I told him I wouldn't go to church, and he shook my hand. He said, "My son, just let me run inside and use the can, number 2. Then let's get some Doritos and paddle your sweet canoe." What would Jesus do? Paddle my goddamn canoe. Take the road less traveled, says Robert Frost. Keep your stone rollin' so it don't accumulate no moss. Leave the faint of heart suckin' on your exhaust. Live a little life and paddle your own canoe. Don't while it away, masturbatin' in the ditches. Put your tackle away and hitch up your britches. Then provision your boat with several pulled pork sandwiches. Indulge in savory meat stuffs. Paddle your own canoe. This is Nick Offerman. We hope that you've enjoyed this production of Paddle Your Own Canoe. This program was executive produced by Patty Peruse and produced and directed by Kevin Thompson. Paddle Your Own Canoe is a production of Penguin Audio, a member of Penguin Group USA, copyright 2013, all rights reserved. The book, Paddle Your Own Canoe, is available wherever Dutton books are sold.